Hey y'all, how's everybody? Get back over to the comments. Can y'all hear me okay? Just let me know if you can. See me and hear me okay? I'm waiting on, very good, okay. Thank you, Miss Eve, Miss Sweet Eve, thank you. Hi, Seclusion Works, how are you? Good to see you, Little Deb, good to see you. Very good to see y'all. Let's see. I thought I seen you earlier, Aussie. I was looking. She might have came out and came in and went back out, but I thought I seen her. That's who I was looking for. Cher's supposed to be up, and Mandy's supposed to be up. They are. Mandy is putting her little grandbaby to sleep, and Cher is coming up shortly. Here, she's messing with her dreads, getting them put away for the night, I think. So they should be here shortly. Um, and we are going to, tonight, we are going to finish the wild horses video. There's not a lot left on it. Just finishing Don complaining about his sisters and a few other things on there. And then we'll end that one. And then I see that, Eve. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're always ahead of it. Thank you. I do appreciate you. I was looking for videos today and information because I wanted to do the neighbors and the neighborhood that surrounds Summers case, because I feel like with every case, you especially if they go supposedly allegedly missing from their home, you want to kind of do the area that they went missing from and their neighbors and stuff. And we know that it's with Summer's case that the neighbors are like a big part of her case. So I went looking today to get some more information on the neighbors, and Nature Lover had a great video. And so I hope they're okay with me using it. I did put their link in the chat because I definitely want to give credit to that channel because they put this together. I just want to review it and go over it because it's a good video. I watched it and it's very informative. And actually, there's some little things in there that I had forgotten. But when you start in Summer's case, especially if you, in my opinion, if you're able to listen to some of the neighbors, especially Jody Sue Brown, if you're able to sit and listen to her lives, she talks for a very long time. So there's some, and you miss or you forget some of the stuff she said because you don't have it written down. So there's some stuff that she said that I had forgotten and some stuff I didn't know that she had said. So it's a very good video that they had put together, and I want to be able to get to that so we can talk about that video because it puts just about everybody surrounding Summer's case in there. Because Jody Sue Brown's mentioned in it, Andy's mentioned in it, Fred Hill's mentioned in it, Ziggy's mentioned in it because she did so many interviews and stuff. So there are quite a few players mentioned in this one. So it was a good video. So, and I haven't watched a lot of their videos, but I watched a few today because um, I like that one, and I thought, well, they're she they seem to have some good videos and a lot of good stuff about summer. So I definitely want to give credit to them because it will be their video that I'm going over. So, and I hope they're okay with that. Um, Hi, Wolfie. How are you? Good to see ya. Good to see you. So we're going to wait just a few more minutes and give everybody a little more time to get in here. Did y'all have a good day today? I am tired. We had to go to Shreveport today. Was my grandson's visit for St. Jude's, so we had to go to St. Jude's today. And that for us, it's like 2 hours. It's like 2 hours. It's 2 hours one way. So it's all day. It's an all day thing when we have to go. So pretty good. That's good. That's good. Today's Wednesday. It feels like it should be later in the week. Thank you for being here, Wolfie. I appreciate you. My sister, I do. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody for being here, especially since it's so late, but it's kind of hard for me to do things during the day when I have grandkids and fire department, and so during the day is pretty busy. And school's fixing to be out here. They got next week and then they're done. I don't even think they go all next week because the seniors graduate today and tomorrow. So from two different schools. So yeah, seems like it should be Friday. Yeah. So then they will be out for summer break. Yep. And it's already hot here. It was 94 degrees today. Here was 94. I do appreciate everyone here. I do. Especially this time of night because it's you could be anywhere else and there's probably other um, people live that do a better job than me and have more more graphics and interesting things and do a lot better at that than I am, but I'll get there eventually. But I'm just grateful for y'all being here. I appreciate it. My Mother's Day was good. Was yours good? Yours was great. Good, Eve. I'm glad it was good. How was yours, Wolfie? How was your Mother's Day? It came so quick. It just kind of like jumped up there in front of us. It was like, here's Mother's Day, then Easter's here, and then it turned right around and Mother's Day was here. So it seemed like they were right on top of each other for me this year. I don't know if it does for y'all, or it did for y'all. 76 here, and I wore long sleeves and was cold. You were? Mr. Wolf wore shorts and a t-shirt. Yeah. You're all bundled up and he's dressed for summer. Very good. Mother's Day was awesome. Didn't it seem like Easter and Mother's Day was just like right on top of each other this year? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But it just seemed like they were right on top of each other this year. And it's finally quit raining here, so that's good. I mean, we need the rain, but not all at one time. I mean, we've got our corn's already up. A lot of our fields, our corn is already up. Oh, your anniversary was on the 8th, then Mother's Day on the 11th. Yeah, that's close too, right? Yeah, yeah, yep. Corn is already up. It's hot already, but that's okay. I just wanted to either get summer weather and the fall and the winter leave, but mixing it up. I don't like. I mean, we always have an Easter snap, and I'm like, oh, can you just snap right out of here? Because if it's 67 and here and 90 tomorrow, that's Miss Tinsel. I just don't even know what's wrong with you, ma'am. Nobody is near you. She's just standing there fussing. Yes, happy late anniversary. Oh, April 27th. So you had like April and May, you were busy. Busy, busy. Busy, busy. Oh, that's sad that so grandma died on her birthday? Grandma passed away on her birthday. Oh, sorry. Oh, a lot of April babies in here. Okay. Well, I'm at Christmas, so I'm not near. No, my mom's birthday was April 12th, but not me. I'm December, day after Christmas. Wonderful, wonderful weather too. Did you have wonderful weather, Wolfie? It's usually nice out there, though. Normally. Let me go over here and check and make sure my video is ready to go. It is. Oh, that's sweet. Yep, I was on December 26th is my birthday. My grandson, one of my grandsons, his birthday is New Year's Day. We thought he might come on my birthday, but he didn't. He got here New Year's Day. New Year's Day. Okay, so we're going to start our video. And this is the one, it's nice for everyone else even. Let's see, let me bring it up here so I can read it better because there we go. You got chill bumps for them? Yeah, because it was nice. It was that nice. Yeah, yeah. It was like literally it got 94 degrees today. I was like, wow. I didn't realize it was supposed to get that warm, but it did. And I think it's supposed to be that way all week. I don't, I don't know. I don't know if he was or not. Because it seems like I remember him being born late in the at night. So I don't. like in the evening. I don't think he was, but I can't remember because he's 13. I would have to look and see when he was born. Yeah, I'd have to look and see what time he was born and when, or what time of the day he was born. Yeah, that's true. They do. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember if he got anything, to be honest. But they usually do. Yeah, extra things for being born, being the first baby born. Yeah, they should get something, huh? They're a superstar. Yep. I don't think they're really for here. We need to have too much of a trigger warning for this one, but I'll just say it here. He does talk about his sisters some more, um, and like he was before. Not quite as bad as he was saying stuff about them before, but he does talk about them again and some more. And Cher does keep trying to steer him away, from just let it go, but he still keeps going in that direction. So, um, yeah. So we will start this video here. Um, it just amazes me how he thinks he's a victim. Uh, that's right. That is right. How he thinks he's the victim because they have done this to him. So I just, that's what he says. So. All right. So I'm going to go here. And I'm going to switch back and forth in case Mandy or Cher come up because I won't see them being over on the other side. So I will try to keep an eye out for them. Okay. Let's get started. This is going to pick up where we left off. Where Dawn is talking. I think the last thing we heard him talking about was he said he was working on getting the boys back because there were certain things they were supposed to do. They were supposed to, I think, take some classes and stuff, and he said that they were working on those. I don't think that they ever finished those. Allegedly, I heard that they did not finish them. That's one of the reasons why they didn't get the boys back. But that's where we're starting off at. No, no, uh, they're not going to get them back. No, no. So, all right, we'll go over here and I'll check in just a minute. All right. And let me know if y'all can hear it okay. Hold on, I've got to bring it up. Just a second. I'm working on bringing it up. There we go. Now, let's move it back just a little bit. Okay. Now you should be able to see it and hear it. You should be able to.
You don't hear it and just focus on your daughter and deal with the police about your daughter and forget everything else. Haven't you done some parenting classes or anything? How's that going? Pretty good?
Can y'all hear it okay? And see it okay? Okay. Okay.
Did you say yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Well, that's good. Are you through with those, or you're gonna do some more, or not sure?
We're still, we're working on things.
Yeah.
But I would like to say, honestly, in all honesty, I'm the victim of Mary and Janie's bullshit. I'm the victim, not them.
Well,
That's all bullshit. What they're doing to me is they're attacking me. I'm a victim of their lies and bullshit.
yeah.
Okay? I don't want to go into detail. I don't want to talk about it,
That's
everything
Let's
or
not.
whatever. I'm not.
Well, I think it would be.
I was kind of put into a bad situation, you know.
I know. We discussed your childhood a little bit too. Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you something. I would hopefully. I mean, God dang. I wouldn't want one of my boys to grow up with some stepsisters. That's good. I'm not trying to think of that, but it's bullshit.
Well, just ignore it.
It's hard to ignore it. It's a pretty serious allegation.
I know it, but it's not new.
It's very serious.
I know.
It's a very serious allegation, and they should be put in jail for doing shit like that. That's
No, he does not know of Vern Gilbert or Sean Williams, and Candace doesn't know them either, right?
no.
Yeah, we went over that earlier, Rosie, but no, they don't know them. Well, Don, we can just ignore the victims that are speaking out and just focus on Summer's disappearance and just.
They're not victims.
Well,
They're
just
not victims.
talk to the law
They're
about
not
Summer's
victims.
case and ignore all that. That's what I say. Because if they're not reaching out to you about those victims, you shouldn't.
So why do y'all think he thinks they're not victims? Why does he think they're not victims and he is? Because I just don't know how he don't see them. He don't see what he done as wrong. Because they were kids. So he thinks of himself as a victim, but they're not. But yet they both, according to him, they were kids, so they're both guilty, but yet he's the victim, they're not. I don't understand how he comes to that conclusion. I don't understand that at all. Let's see.
Worry about it. They're
The only victim of their bullshit is me. I'm the victim of their bullshit.
Well, just ignore it. Can you?
Yeah.
I think that would be better to do because, yeah. So, especially if you don't think that anything they're saying has to do with Summer's disappearance. So, what can we be doing for Summer's disappearance to be helpful 26 months in? What can we do to be helpful in Summer's disappearance and forget all the other garbage and all the stuff that the victims are saying? How can we focus on Summer now?
They're not victims.
Well,
I
you
don't know that we can do anything more than what everybody's been doing. Like I said, prayers probably the only thing that any of us can do. That's all I can do. I can try to do certain things and do what I can, but when it comes down to it, I mean, I'm mostly praying. That's all.
See, what did you say, Wolfie? He's the oldest and they were babies. They were his victims because he jumped them. They weren't pretending to play doctor. What he did to them was real, and by the very action makes them his victims. I agree. But I don't know why he thinks he's a victim of them coming out and telling what happened to him. That didn't make him a victim. That just puts him out there for people to know what. I got you. Mary and Dawn are the same age. It was the other sister that was way younger than Dawn. Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand how he if you're looking at it from what he said, which I'm not, but if you're looking at it from his point of view, he's like we were all kids and we were all just kids and we were all wrong. So then that would make all of you the victim, technically, if he's looking at it that way. But he's saying he's just the victim because they spoke out. Well, you can't be a victim because someone spoke out about what happened, especially if you admitted to it. So he thinks he's, yeah, because they told on him, because they ratted on him. That's why. And I mean, he is not, I'm not saying that he was never a victim of any kind of thing like that, but I'm just saying in this case, I don't feel that he is a victim because they told what happened to them. If that's the case, it makes every person that done that to somebody a victim, and that's right opposite of what they are. They created victims. They are not a victim. But he's got it in his mind that he is a victim. But that's usually how they do. They, gaslight and deflect and turn it around on the person that really is the victim. So I think he may have been a victim when somebody else did. I agree. Yeah, that's a great possibility, a big possibility. But, in this case, for me, in this case, in my opinion, he's not a victim. Right. And left victims in there. That's right. He repeated it. Yep. That is true. That is true. Probably upset when they spoke out while Summer was missing, making his character look. And he says that. He says that. I don't know if it's in this one or in another one we've already done. He says that it's making him look like a monster, and it may be here. It may be finishing it here, making him look bad and making him look, given his, I forget the words he uses, but it was something along those lines, little Dev. Yep. Yeah, right. But yep. He won't be held accountable. No, he's not a victim. Not in the least. Hi, Magic Star. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are good. No, he is not a victim. And he may, little Dev, he may, and here this may be where he says that But he also talks in here about taking showers with Summer and why he did it. So a little bit in this one too.
What can do? I had 2 kittens show up here.
Yeah. I know you said before, even if Summer's found, you think CPS would just take her anyway.
No, I mean, we don't know what would happen. I don't know.
You know, they gave me back to my mom like
We're working-
several times.
We're
Yeah, and they shouldn't have, but you know, they did. Like when I had my accident and was ran over, they gave me back to my mom for a little bit, but that got all fucked up again shortly after.
I don't
But yeah,
know. Yes, me though. It ought to show if Mary's hanging out with Chris McDonough and the lab, and she's going through with their bullshit. It ought to show what kind of person she is.
yeah,
And you
yeah,
know,
but we're ignoring that stuff.
I mean that
We
ought
don't
to show their integrity and what they're about.
need. Yeah, it shows to some. It does. I think it does.
I mean, honestly, you know, Chris McDonough has put on a fake cop show all these years, and I guess, you know, created a YouTube channel and done very good for his YouTube channel until he got wrapped up in this bullshit. And a lot of people seeing him for what he really is and what he really stands for, and the lab's right in there with him, and Mary is too. And that ought to show a lot right there, and I ain't gonna say no more after that about it.
Good. Yep. Good.
But
Well, yeah, some people say Chris locked up 3 innocent kids. Don't forget that.
exactly, yeah. We sit there and played all the same bullshit, just like, you know, the tragedy pimps and everything else. I mean, it's the same thing.
Chris McDonough's a tragedy.
kid.
Sorry, that's
Pretty
funny.
much. Yeah. Chris McDonough, that's exactly what he is. He used our tragedy to get gain and
Yeah.
make himself look like a super cop when he's actually a super dumbass. You know, like a
Oh my goodness. I don't think he's ever going to get past Chris McDonough doing the interview and going to the house, and you know, because Don called into his show a couple of times, and I just don't think, I mean, Don may be past it now, but I just listening to him in this video, this interview, is like he is just can't let it go. And we wouldn't know what Summer's house looked like on the inside if it wasn't for Chris McDonough. You know, we wouldn't have seen the inside and seen her room and seen, according to Candace, the playroom. You know, we wouldn't have seen none of that if it hadn't been for Chris McDonough. So for me, I'm glad that he was able to do that.
I said, he ain't solved but one case. What has he done?
I don't
What has he
know.
done except for locked up innocent people? He's locked up innocent people and caused chaos everywhere he goes.
Oh my God.
Look what he's done to my stepsister Mary. Look how he's twisted my stepsister Mary's mind.
Whoa, he's not
Fucking
saying.
twisted her all the fuck around. She's dumb as fuck anyway.
You
Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna take that back.
Ugh.
I hope she's not. I hope she wakes the fuck up. That's what I hope she does. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say.
Well,
It's all
not
bullshit.
that.
But as far as summer,
So wait, hold on. Do you think
Whatever-
Chris
whatever.
McDonough is making your sisters and your cousin say this stuff? Or whoever Rhonda
he has
is?
been with him. He has been with him for a while, and they're doing the whole tragedy camp thing.
So they would be
You know,
making it up after
that's all
talking
Chris
to him.
McDonough's.
Yeah.
Huh?
I
That's
didn't,
what
yeah.
they've been doing.
Yeah. So you think Chris McDonough put those rumors in their head and had them say it for his content then?
Well, he did admit to helping them. You know, yeah, he's been.
Good.
How do you say the word I'm looking for? Of course, he's. Can't think of that word.
For twisting some misunderstood
Yeah.
childhood stuff.
Well, yeah, you know, they got involved with the YouTube and backing up Chris McDonough. I mean, I don't know how they met or got involved with each other
Yeah.
or what. But it's just one lie piled on top of another, and it started with my niece with her
Mhm.
bullshit, and all that was disproven because I wasn't even in the state at the time. So then they started with other crap, and then went with this. They've been going with this bullshit for a while now, and believe me, I'm the victim of their bullshit.
Well, let's just focus on Summer, who is, in my opinion,
Well, it's important though too because
well, not if you're
They've been
saying
doing this
they're
for-
talking bullshit. It won't help find Summer. I
They've
want to
been-
focus on Summer,
they've
not
been-
that.
right, but they want you to focus on their bullshit.
But I don't want to. You know that.
I don't either, but I do want to defend myself. I do want to stand up for what's
Well,
right,
I understand that. Yeah.
and I'm not.
But do you think that's a good look when you've admitted to doing things?
Oh man, I admitted that me and my little stepsister, I admitted that we both did things.
Yeah.
But she won't admit her end of it. She wants to make it sound like she's a victim,
I know.
not a victim.
Well, let's get back to Summer for a few minutes before we say goodnight. But you were saying there's not much.
Mandy. Oh, yep. Yep, nothing was disproven. And I don't know Chris Madonna other than, YouTube. And I just don't see him talking someone into saying that kind of accusation for his show. I just don't see that. I don't see that at all. That's kind of crazy. But it's just one way to, try to take the heat off of him and try to take the stress off of him to try to say, well, it was all made up. They all made it up. Chris Madonna got him to do that. And I'm just like, I just don't think he's that type of person to do that. And what would he need to do that for? I mean, he seems to be doing, fine on his channel. I don't think he would have to go to those links. So that's my opinion.
We can do right now for helping with Summer.
We've been trying to do everything in the world, everybody,
Well, can I ask you a question?
we have been.
Yeah. So do you think that anyone that's been around Summer, not you, because I'm trying to think, why would your sisters wait till she was gone? Do you think it's possible that you say Candace chose the wrong friends, but do you think anyone would be around Summer that would do something bad to her sexually?
Now listen to what he says here. Hi, Wandering Hearts. I meant to say hi. Listen to what he says about not letting her, I think it's here, he says it, letting her out of his sight, because I'm thinking, but y'all do let them out of your sight. We never let her out of our sight. Well, somebody did for her to get gone, if that's the case that happened. You know, if she was taken, somebody had to let her get out of their sight for it to happen. So listen to what he says here.
She was
Well, we wouldn't let her out of our sight. She
right.
was never out of our sight.
It would have been you, Candace, or
Well,
Candace's mom around at all times, right?
We never trusted anybody with Summer, never did. And like I said, we was thinking about letting her stay the night with her friend, but that never happened.
You didn't let that happen, right?
Well, she didn't get the chance. She disappeared before that. Someone took her before that. No, we didn't trust nobody with our kids.
Right.
We couldn't trust anybody that we could trust. Of course, we wanted breaks from them. I got 4 kids. We wanted some breaks from them here and there.
That's understandable, absolutely.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
We don't have no family here.
So there would be
Okay.
nobody around her that would be able to abuse her without your knowledge, is my question. Probably.
Hell no.
Okay.
We would not allow that.
And she would have told you if somebody touched her inappropriately?
Well, we never let her alone with anybody.
Yeah.
And Candace took her eyes off of her for a few minutes.
Well, let's say even if, I don't know, someone got handsy maybe at the church while you guys were at church service, would Summer be the type of girl that would tell you that somebody did something to her?
Okay. Of course.
Yeah.
She will. I mean, she's only 5 years old.
Right.
She's only 5 years old, and when we went to church, she hung around the other kids pretty much, and there might be an adult woman or something with them or other trusted individuals with them. But mostly she would be with the girls her age.
Yeah. Did you trust your other children around her? Yeah.
Of course, we trusted them. They was,
they would watch her sometimes.
Now you hear what he said here. Is it was always girls her age. But yet in the other interviews that Cher did with him, he said Summer liked to hang around the older girls. She always liked being with the older girls and the ladies, the professional ladies. Do y'all remember that in one of my lives, talking about how Summer always wanted to be around the older girls? And now he's saying, but she's always with her age girls. So it can't be both. She can't be hanging out with the little ones her age and then hanging out with the older girls. And he said they kind of took Summer under their wing, and they would let her hang out with them. So, it can't be she could have hung out with both. She could have very well hung out with 5-year-olds, and then she could have hung out with the older girls. But he said she mostly hung out with the older girls and the ladies that were professional. So, but now he's saying she hung out with only kids her age. So, does he even know who she hung out with? Did he even pay attention to who was around Summer? Is my thing. Because Robin is definitely not somebody Summer's age, and she's definitely not a teenage girl. She's definitely an older person, and Summer liked to hang out with her at the church. I'm not saying anything bad about Robin. I'm just saying, so I just don't see He's inconsistent on that very much for me. You grabbing your tea? You getting sweet tea? I don't know. You're further up north. You may not be drinking sweet tea.
Times, yeah.
Of course, I got real close to her. They were like, you know, all them kids
Brothers
were
and sisters.
like hung out together. Exactly.
Yeah.
They trusted
My
them.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't let anybody watch children, you know. No
And
way.
for the people in the chat that are upset with tonight's discussion, I don't ever edit Don. Don gets to talk how he wants to talk without me telling him what he should say or editing him for my own narrative. I let him talk. If it's too much for you, just click off. I apologize. But yeah, I don't do that to Don. Don's allowed to be free to say whatever he wants, always with me. I don't edit him so that I can make him fit my narrative for my channel. That's not how it works over here. Yes, he's admitted that yes, you took showers with Summer, but yeah, when she was a baby.
Well, well, I can't just stick a baby in the shower by herself and get burnt or something like that. What are you supposed to do if you got a small child that needs a bath?
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Well, I bathed with my children too, but after they were done breastfeeding, I stopped bathing with them, which is about 1 year old in my, or, you know.
I mean, I've let Summer, I mean, I can't just, I mean, I've stuck them in the shower. I mean, goddamn, I don't know why people.
Now that's the shower. That is what he says. He can't just stick her in the shower. Well, why can't Candace do it then? If he can't just do it, Candace can do it. Why can't Candace put him in the shower? Oh, I forget. She don't take them herself. Well, anyway, I don't know why the mother couldn't have put her, in the shower. My goodness. They were quiet till I went live. And then this started. They were quiet. And then this started. And I have no idea what it is. But I don't know why he couldn't let Candace do it. Why did he have to be the one to put her in the shower? Is my thing. And he didn't have to get in there with her. He could put her in there and let her stand away from the water and let her bathe herself. And then, I mean, I just don't get that. Maybe it's just me.
People are making such a big deal of this shit.
I don't know, because it gets said, and then, now there's new people picking up on the case, so now they're asking questions, and, the vicious circle done.
Yeah. I just tried to make sure my kids were, I loved them, and I wanted to make sure that before they went to bed, that they were nice and clean, and so they could be in clean sheets and sleep comfortably and have a full belly, and because I love my kids. And anybody who thinks any different than that, man, I mean, God, like I'm some kind of sicko. Thanks to my stepsisters and their bullshit. That's where all this shit stems from. It pisses me off.
Oh, did they say that? I don't even remember how that came about, but I remember it was said.
I don't know where. Well, all the sexual deviant bullshit comes from my stepsister's bullshit. Kristen Dunn is bullshit.
They said you showered with Summer?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember either. Me neither. I don't know.
If I'm in the shower, and my kids, they can't handle the handles and shit real good or whatever, I'll be like, man, you want to jump in here real quick and get clean,
Yeah.
It could be one of my boys or Summer. I mean, hell, they're my kids. I want them to
not your boys. They were too old. You mean when they were little?
Yeah, when they were little.
Yeah.
course. I'm not just going to let them in there burn themselves or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's times I'll stick them in there and rinse them off when I wouldn't be in there, but I would rinse them off or whatever because they got soda and candy and crap all in their freaking hair or whatever the fucking ain't.
Well, the boys are old enough to have bathed themselves. I don't think they needed him helping them. My opinion, with the range of ages of all the kids, no one should have been showered. No, you're right. Absolutely, Wonder. Absolutely. Absolutely. And just because, and maybe Candace, she doesn't like water. Maybe she doesn't like taking showers or baths. But the least she could have done was put her own child in there, and let her wash her, because like by the time she's 5 she can wash herself. 3 and under, you probably need to be washing them. The mom needs to, but by 5 years old she could have done most of that by herself, because I have a feeling she done a lot of things by herself, like get her food, put her clothes on. So I feel pretty sure Summer could have bathed herself. Pretty much. And she didn't have any hair to get candy or Kool-Aid or food in. So it wasn't like she had hair to have to get gum out of or something sticky. So I'm just not buying it.
Yeah.
Fucking motherfuckers ain't
Yeah.
never have no fucking kids out there or what? Holy shit. She's burning me the fuck up. Fucking people are fucking nasty minded, I'll say that.
Well, you know how people are.
Well, thanks to all the Karens out there with the super suspicious minds and the
Yeah.
sexually deviant bullshit that comes from my stepsisters and fucking Chris McDonough's pathetic mind and all that shit.
All the Karens out there. How about that? Mm-hmm. And Chris Madonna's pathetic self. The Karens and Chris Madonna's. They have just made him a victim. In Don's opinion. Only.
Thanks to all them freaking assholes. They can take all that shit and shove it straight up their ass. Especially my fucking stepsister Mary, lying bitch.
We don't need to go back there again.
Well, she's a lying bitch. Fuck her, a big time fucking Karen.
Just.
Oh, shit is what it is.
All right. Well,
it is what it is.
You're upset about it again.
Yeah, I am upset.
Go back to Summer. What was Summer's favorite food to eat? Summer's favorite dinner.
But because they insinuated that I was sexually deviant with my fucking daughter.
Don, what was Summer's favorite meal to eat for dinner?
Usually just whatever I cook. If I cook something or whatever, she liked to eat a lot of foods like I would eat.
What was her favorite thing you would cook for her? She probably had a different favorite from you.
Hi, Mandy.
Hi.
How are you?
I am perturbed. And this, oh my goodness, I forgot how bad this interview was.
Yeah. Hi, Diane.
Hi, Diane. Hi, chat. Hi, everybody. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, his mouth is something.
Nobody made him a victim. He made himself a victim. He's the only person that made himself a victim.
Yeah.
He made his stepsisters victims, and then got mad when they told the truth because they didn't take it like a champ, like his daughter, his first daughter,
Right.
and
He
kept it a
just
secret.
re-victimized him.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see, I was trying to explain it. I probably wasn't saying it right, but um, you know how how he said they were kids. They were both kids. All of them were kids. So, and they
Right.
did something wrong. So, since he said they done something wrong, he's the only victim, even though they both done it happened to both of them. But he's the only victim because they said something.
Right. Well, he thinks he's the victim because they told on him
Right.
ultimately,
And they ruin his reputation.
Right, his
Hmm.
stellar reputation that he had before.
Right. Yeah, because it was so good then.
So I think that's why he looks at himself as a victim.
Yeah.
But he's not a victim. And like when Cher said, would Summer tell you if somebody else was touching her or whatever, and he was like, she's only 5 years old, you know, no, we don't leave her alone. Okay, well, Jeannie was only 5 years old too.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you started
Mm-hmm.
doing the stuff to her that was inappropriate. She was only 5.
And maybe your parents trusted you and they shouldn't have.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying she won't own up to her part. She was only 5 years old, Donald.
Right.
What is she supposed to own up to? She was
Mm-hmm.
5. She didn't know any different.
Right.
You're doing these things to her and telling her that you will die if she tells anybody, or the
Mm-hmm.
whole family will die if she tells anybody.
And
She knows that she
yeah,
doesn't want people to die.
she's 5. She doesn't, I mean, that's huge to her.
Right. So now she's grown and she knows that it's wrong, and he knows it's wrong too, or else he wouldn't be so mad that they
Mm-hmm.
came out and told the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's mad.
Oh,
He's,
yeah.
you can tell he's really mad here. And another thing here, also, not only I was talking about how he used to say, well, Summer liked to hang out with all the older girls. Now Summer hangs out with 5-year-olds,
Right.
her age.
Yep.
But he
Yep.
also, Cher had also asked him, and Mark had asked him in the other interview, what's some of Summer's favorite things? Well, he didn't know. He was like, I don't know, candy. We go to Walmart, get candy all the time. And Cher was asking what's her favorite meals, what, things she likes. Does she like French fries? Does she like potatoes? Remember when they were talking about that?
Yep.
Then
Yep.
she just asked him here, and he's listing all these things off. And I'm like, really? What? Where was this stuff when Cher asked you the first time?
Well, he had to go ask Candace because, I mean, one thing I think he's been honest about, he was never home.
Right.
And, he got a break away from the kids. He was talking about, we'd like to have a break from them. Yeah, we have 4 kids, He got
He
a
got
break.
every day. Yeah.
Right. Candace didn't get a break.
Right.
Candace is the one that was taking care of the kids all day, every day. So I
Yeah.
do give her credit for that. She was the adult that was around them. I don't necessarily agree with all of her ways of parenting, but
Right.
she was the one that was there responsible for them, not
Right.
him.
Right.
So if you would ask Candace what was Summer's favorite thing to eat, I bet she would be able to tell you.
Yeah, she probably would know because she probably had to buy it most of the time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And
he's
the
trying to
one,
take credit for it instead of
yeah,
giving Candace the credit for it.
yeah, because you hear him say, when I cook,
Yep.
when I get in there and cook, she likes, you know. But the other thing that he says that I will agree on with him, and there's not a lot that I agree with him, but I do agree when he says Summer was put in a car and carried out of here.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I agree with that.
Yep, I do too.
That's the only thing he says that I agree with.
Yep.
And he says that with certainty every time he says that. He
And
is certain that somebody.
he's also said she or her
Yeah,
when he was referring to the driver of the vehicle.
yeah, yeah. So he has said that. I mean, and it's just the way he says it. He's very confident in how he says it and very assertive. And that is the one thing he says that I believe.
Right.
Out
I
of his
agree.
mouth. That's probably the only thing.
Right.
Besides the good things, he says about Summer, which he doesn't say a whole lot, that we want to hear, like, she's a sweet girl. She liked to do this. I mean, you don't hear a lot of that. You hear the stuff you hear is kind of creepy.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
like Seth, when he talks about Sebastian, the stuff he talks about Sebastian missing, you just don't hear that from Dawn.
Right.
You hear the other. She always wants candy in Walmart, or she's always chasing the boobies with a stick, or I mean,
Yeah. I'll tell you the big difference for me is, like, I watched a documentary the other day on Susan Smith, and there were some things in there that I didn't realize. It was in 94, I believe is when it happened. And
That's
so I was in high school.
Yeah.
So I remember it happening, but when she would get up there, and address the news, that's ultimately what people are doing when they panel up now. They're addressing a crowd. It's a smaller crowd, but they're addressing a crowd, and they're not face to face, but the chat, we're still able to respond to them in the chat, whether they read it or not,
Right.
as when she got up there and the things that she was saying, it was like, oh my goodness, just like the certain wordings that she would use, or certain things that she would say, it was like I would have flashes of Dawn and Candace,
Yeah.
like, dang, we've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Or Chris and Katie, and it just flashes. And I'm like, oh my goodness. It was just wild for me to be able to see that. But then on the other side, you listen to Brandy Neal and Tyler get in front of the news, and it's like the things that they say, it's coming from the heart. It's not the same repetitive BS
Right.
like it is with Dawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So people like to compare the positive side of things, like I've seen that a lot. Like with Sebastian's case recently, I think people have done it more often about, well, look, this kid was reported missing, and 7 years later they were found and they were alive and they were okay, and now they're home and adjusting back to life, and that's great. Like, I love to hear stories like that.
Right.
That is always the outcome that we want. We want the child to be alive and thriving somewhere, even if it's not at home with their family, at least, a positive surrounding that they're in.
Right.
But at the same time, we have to look at the opposing side also. We can't just look at one side. So like with Dawn and Candace, we could compare them to other parents that had nothing to do with their child's disappearance. But then we also need to compare them with the opposing side too,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And this video is just, I think poor Cher, she tries so hard to steer him away from talking about this and talking about Chris and Madonna. She tries really hard. She keeps telling him, focus on Summer. Focus on Summer. And he's not doing that.
He's too selfish.
Yeah, he's just totally not doing that. And Cher's trying really hard, like, stop, she's like, you're getting really mad again, and she's just talking to him, and he's just not. I mean, I literally counted how many times he said bullshit in this video, because he said it so much. I did. He said,
I know.
he said
I
it.
seen that last time.
He said it so much. I mean, just the time, the first part of it, he said it, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 31 times in the first part of the video we watched.
And see, that's crazy.
And
But
he's,
that's how he feels about
yeah,
his stepsisters.
I know. And then this end, that from where we start now to the end, he says it 5, 10, 20 times.
Dang.
That's not, I didn't even count the other words he used. I just counted
Right.
I just counted bullshit. I mean, he has a lot of choice words in here.
Right?
And I'm wondering if you could interview him now without all the bullshit. I mean, if you could really get him to sit down and just like talk to you, like, and put everything aside, what he would say now. 4 years now later, would he be able to sit and just talk to you and have an interview with you without being hostile like this? Would he still be hostile about everything? What would his view be on it?
Well, it depends on who does the interview and what their questions are,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because, he has talked on the phone to one creator who I don't want to promote.
Right.
And, when they talk, it's like, oh, okay, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right, buddy. Okay. You're good. I'm good. I'm good. All right. I'll talk to you
Yeah.
later.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
You
not
know,
the interview I'm talking about.
right.
I,
These same questions need to be asked
yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
again.
Again. He would be the same. Yeah. I mean, I think he'd still be the same aggravated, disgruntled person.
Victim.
Yeah, victim that he's probably still pissed off at Chris Madonna and his sisters and everybody else because they've all made him a victim.
Yep.
And
Darn it.
Chris Madonna's a tragedy pimp.
It's just bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want chat to tell me what case or what parent of a missing child that you can recall, past or present, that Dawn is comparable to. Have you seen any other parent? I can think of one right now that I'll say here in a little bit, but I want chat to see if they know any.
So
I'm
are you
curious.
talking about, are you counting just like his history, like everything, like just what he says, or his life? Are you counting like the rugs and the
Just his response
just his
to
response? Okay.
right, like his interviews and things that he's said since Summer's been missing, and his victim role, and
Mhm.
he's such a victim. Summer's not the victim, he's a victim, and just like that. And it can be, like I said, any past or current cases, because I know we keep our focus, I think, a lot on the current cases and kind of not so much look back at the past. And that's the history is where we're going to learn the red flags. And
Mhm.
I don't know, like that, the history repeats itself, just like Chris McDonough has talked about. He has seen so many Donald Wells sitting in front of him in the interrogation room,
Yeah.
Because it's always them blaming some other dude,
Yeah.
like it's the same repetitive answers. You can try to lie to me over and over and over again, but
Right.
there's been 1,000 guys sitting in that same chair before you that
Yeah.
told me the same bullshit lies that you're
Yep.
trying to tell me now.
Yep.
Like
Star says Chris Proudfoot.
I think
Lily
feel like
Jack, Diana says from Canada. Chris Proudfoot is what Eve says.
I agree with Chris Proudfoot. I think that he's the classier version of Don Wells.
Yeah.
like the more intelligent, like he he acts like he knows a lot more than I think he really does,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that he is more intelligent than Don, but he
Yeah.
has
Oh,
at
yeah.
least more
Yeah.
class.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not a classy guy. Don't get me wrong.
No,
Okay.
he's got the same foul mouth.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, his level of class is a
Mm-hmm.
little bit higher. He's more composed and respectful, and
Yeah.
he thinks things through a little bit more before he answers the question. Like, that's what I mean with a little classier than
Mm-hmm.
Don.
Let's see.
Oh, Brian Laundrie Wolfie,
Well,
his parents.
for me, he does remind me of Chris Proudfoot. I mean, the cases, they kind of act, the hostilities there, the misdirection is there. Um, they say the same things like, she'll never be found. And this is the biggest search for a child. And, they kind of say those same things along the same lines, but the
No evidence.
attitude, huh?
No evidence.
No evidence. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Right.
The one person that um, he reminds me of, and it's not a child's case, it's uh, um, an adult, but his name's just Barry Morphew. He reminds me of Barry Morphew because Barry Morphew was always the victim.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yep.
he blamed her for having an affair.
Yep. I can see that. I can totally see that. And,
Yeah,
I know that case very well. They
yeah,
they lived in Indiana 20 minutes away from me before they moved to Colorado.
yeah.
And, yeah, I
He was
studied
a,
the
he
case.
was a jerk. The anger, he reminds me of Chris Proudfoot too.
Yes.
That anger, that um yeah, the whole, just their demeanor, they all kind of, and he's guilty
Oh, yeah. Oh,
as
my gosh.
some
Yes.
other people we know is guilty. But hi, the
Absolutely.
real Gemini.
Hey, the
We
real
are
Gemini.
we're talking about Summer's case. I keep trying to catch you, but it keeps going up. We're talking about Summer, but we're also talking about this interview. But Mandy had asked a question about what case do you think resembles Summer's case? Like, who does Don Wells remind you of from another case?
Like, who's he comparable to?
Comparable to, yeah.
Yeah. And my first thought was Mark Redwine.
See, I don't know a lot about that case, so I can't say on it.
Well, you're going to learn about that case because I'm going to cover that case because Brittany and I started covering that case like 9 months ago, and we haven't been able to get our schedules together to be able to plan to do it again. So I'm going to throw the offer at her one more time and we're going to see if we can plan it out. If not, I'm just going to do it because
Okay.
that's a case that I've been wanting to do for a very long time. Like, I dove deep into that case. The entire trial is on Court TV, and it took 9 years for Dylan Redwine to get justice.
Wow.
9 years. It took 3 years to find pieces of Dylan's remains. Then it took another 5 years, well, another 2 years after that, so 5 years total, for Mark to be arrested. And the whole time, Mark even sued his ex-wife, Dylan's mother, because she was telling everybody Mark is lying. Mark did something to Dylan. She knew it. The motherly instinct, she knew
Yeah.
Mark did something. He was the last to see Dylan. He had just picked Dylan up from the airport and he was supposed to spend the holiday with him. They begged him to let Dylan stay home and he refused to. And the other boys had aged out. So it was Dylan was the youngest and he was the only one that still had to go. And Dylan didn't want to be there. And so he had pictures of his own father in women's lingerie eating his own feces that he had taken out of a diaper that he was wearing. And Dylan showed those pictures to Mark and told him to quit trying to tell him to be a man because Mark wasn't a man himself.
Oh.
And they believe that's what caused him to freak out. And he murmured him inside of his house, put him in the truck, and drove up in the mountains and hit him. And then when he saw the search was getting close to where Dylan was, he went back up and moved his skull.
Mm.
And so it took extra time for them to find the skull. And that's when they found the skull. It had been almost 5 years since Dylan had been reported missing or last seen. And so they finally were able to arrest Mark. But in that whole time frame, he was doing interviews. They went on Dr. Phil. He took lie detector tests that he failed miserably. And law enforcement told him, that he had
Mhm.
failed. They found the majority of his body, of his remains. It was just his skeleton by the time they found it because it had been 3 years. They found the majority of that during their first search that was at the 3-year mark. And then, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I have a whole section of my notebook dedicated to Dylan. But it was just over a year later when hikers found the skull, and they didn't realize that it was a human skull when they first found it, and it was by itself. And the judge told him, you went up there and moved the skull away from the rest of the remains, and then bragged about it. Basically, he told one of the other sons that they would have to find his head to prove the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head.
And this was, how old was he?
He was 13, I believe, 12 or 13. No, Dylan Redwine. Dylan Rounds was killed by, Dylan Rounds was 20.
Yeah.
And he was killed by the guy that lived by
The
him.
transit.
Yeah.
The transit.
James Brenner.
Yep.
But they finally found Dylan Rounds too, thankfully. But Jim never spoke. Like, he got arrested on unrelated charges, and so he was in jail for a little while.
It was.
I'm sorry, Burgess? I don't know that case.
I don't know that case either. I don't know that case. And do you know this one, Mandy?
Carla. Nope.
I don't know that case either.
Is that Hawaiian? Maloka? Mm-mm.
I don't know that one either.
He was 19. So he was he getting ready to turn 20 maybe, Wolfie? Is that why I was thinking he was 20? I know he was very young, but he had his head on straight, like he was out there. Dylan Rounds.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I can't remember her dad's name, but he killed his own daughter. Oh.
Goodness. Hi, Mimi Jean.
Oh, Mimi Jean is here. Hello.
Did everybody smooch the thumbs up? I just have to remind you.
Canada, Ken and Barbie unalivers. Oh.
See, I think that would be a cool thing to do. Like, if, you were talking about, not reviewing other things and doing things, how you wanted to. And I think that would be kind of cool to, like, go through and compare different interviews that people have done, just like right here, like you bringing up Barry Morphew. find one of the interviews that he did. He only did a few, you know,
Mhm.
and compare those to Dawn, even in this interview, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and just go, you know, from case to case and kind of just like get the cliff notes on what happened and just kind of give a run through because I think that would be interesting to learn. Just like the cases that we haven't heard of right now, we could pull them up and find a quick video that kind of tells the bullet points, you know,
Mm.
of the case.
Oh, you're not feeling well, Mimi Jean? I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Oh, I hope you get to feeling better.
I'm sorry.
His birthday was August 1st. Oh. Yes, we
She's
will
so
send
young.
you prayers and good vibes and energy to get well or to feel better. Yeah, he does think he's fooled us all.
Exactly. Well, and Mark thought he had too, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and Barry too. Barry's living it, you know,
Oh, yeah.
well, the joke now, but he's living it up.
Yep. Well, he didn't plan on Suzanne being found, and she was.
Right. But what they haven't done anything since they found her, though.
No.
Like, that's what's scaring me. Like,
Yeah.
are we going to roll the ball anytime soon? You know?
Right. Right. He would turn 20. Yeah. Oh, we hope you feel better. We definitely hope you feel better. So let's go over here and hear else. We're almost done with this one, and we don't have to listen to him talk about being the victim.
Oh, buddy. Oh, and I wanted to say, I'm sorry, one more thing before
No,
you
go
start
ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Yep.
Him talking about Summer in the shower. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know it doesn't really need to be said because everybody in this chat, they're very intelligent people and very high morals, you know, whereas Dawn is polar opposite of us, you know, like we're not the
Mm-hmm.
same. We are just not the same.
No.
Um,
No.
my husband would help shower my daughter when she was younger. You know, we met when she was 4. They met when she was 5. You know, he would go in and, like, get the water ready for her so because
Right.
she didn't know how to work all those buttons or knobs in the tub, like Don
Yeah.
said, you know? So you go in and you get the water ready, and then you get the towel out, you get their soap out, you know, and you get them in the tub, and you let them bathe themselves. You
Yeah.
may wash their hair, you know, because the girls, you know, Summer, not so much, but she still has to have her head washed, you know, so you wash
Mhm.
her hair and then but you let her wash her body.
Yeah.
And then you get her out, you wrap the towel around her, let her dry herself, let her put her undergarments on
Mm-hmm.
and her jammies on herself. You don't give her a shower, a full-fledged shower, and get your whole naked ass in there with her.
No.
There is no reason for that.
No.
And not only that, but then you put your other 3 boys in the shower too
Right.
at the same time.
Right.
That's what he admitted to Molly Golightly. That's where that came from. His stepsisters never said anything about him showering with Summer. He said it himself to Molly
Yeah.
Golightly.
Mm-hmm. He did, because I remember seeing the video.
Yeah, I made a video about it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I
They can say
remember.
that.
Yeah. My son is a single father. My granddaughter is mixed, and she has afro hair, so he needs to wash her hair. Right. I get that.
Yep,
Yep.
yep,
I get that. Yep. But he
exactly.
probably don't get in there with her, I'm sure. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that's the part that, like, my grandson, one of my grandsons is 5.
Mhm.
Well, when him and his brother, sometimes his brother, he's 7, sometimes he'll stay, those 2 will stay, and then sometimes all 3 will stay. But if he's just here by himself, Papa gives him a bath, puts him in the tub, lets him wash himself off, gives him toys to play with, and then goes in there and checks him and gets him out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Right.
I don't bathe him because if it was just me here, I would do the same thing. I would put him in the tub, get his water, put him in the tub, give him his toys, and when he's done, help him get dried off. But I wouldn't even if it was just me and him here, I would not bathe him because he's 5. He knows how to bathe himself.
Right. And that's the thing. Like when I was growing up, I stayed with my grandpa and grandma all the time. Okay, well, my grandpa treated my grandma like she was a queen. Okay, like a legit queen. This woman never learned how to drive. She never learned how to clean the house. Like she never had to do anything. She never cooked. Well, she did cook sometimes. She made meatloaf because I remember breaking the crackers up with her and making it. But
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, that was when she wanted to. My grandpa did everything, and that included taking care of me. He would go get my bath water ready, and I remember sitting in the tub and him sitting on the toilet and us like playing, and I even remember, and I don't know why this sticks with me, but I remember him handing me the bar of soap, and I forget it just slipped my mind as I'm talking about it. The bar of soap that he used, it stood out to me because of the scent. But of course, now I'm talking about it, so I just forgot it. But anyway, I remember that. And I remember him saying, okay, wash your left arm, wash your armpit, wash your right arm. And, he would tell me, like, wash your toes, get in between your pinky toes, wash between your legs, now wash your booty, but I did it, like, I was the one that did it.
Right.
He never touched me until I got out of the tub and he put the towel around me. I
Right.
want to say it was Irish Spring. I want to say that's what it was. I remember
Yeah.
he always used he didn't have any teeth and he didn't wear dentures and he would eat a steak with the best of them. Okay.
Yeah.
But he always used the brown bottle of Listerine and
Yep. I remember the brown bottle Listerine. Yep.
yep. And the soap was always like, I knew that was grandpa's soap, that was grandpa's
Yeah.
Listerine. Like,
Right.
I want to say it was Irish Spring, but now I'm not sure. Look, I'm gonna have to go Google soaps so I can find the right one. But anyway, like I just remember that, and that's one of
Yeah.
my earlier memories that I do have. Like we had a lot of fun, different things like him chasing me down the sidewalk. I told my husband the other day, I have a whole new respect for my grandpa. He was my great grandpa, not even my grandpa. Okay,
Yeah.
so he was like 60s, 70s as
Mhm.
I was growing up, like younger, 5 to
Yeah.
8, and he would chase me on my bicycle down the sidewalk and like we would race and stuff. And I told my husband, I said, I have a whole newfound respect for my grandpa,
Yeah. Yeah.
Here I am
Yeah.
45 and I can't keep up with my granddaughter, but he was
Seclusion
chasing me.
works. Oh, I'm sorry you don't feel well.
Oh
We can
no.
we can say prayers for you too and send you good vibes.
You and Mimi
Healing
Jean can
energy.
sit in the sick room.
I
We have
know.
we have a whole sick room over there. It has the
We
heating
do.
pad and the ice packs and
That's
the
right.
juices and
That's right.
the humidifiers and the blankies and all of that stuff.
You can go to sick bay over there.
And that's right.
Irish
Coloring
Spring.
books. Yeah, I'm gonna have to search when you're playing it. I'm gonna get on my phone and
I've
search.
seen I'm a visionary. It was. Let's see. Oh, he used the man soap Irish Spring.
I want to say it was white. I want to say that it was like ivory. Is ivory soap white?
Yeah. Ivory soap is white. Yep.
Because it was a white bar. It wasn't green. But the smell, like I remember the smell of it. Like if I smelled it right now, I would know exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to look it up. But it's gonna bother me if I don't.
It's different when someone has righteousness to their soul, but unfortunately, the demons are in many. Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
And see, why would Dawn get in the shower and put the boys with the girls?
Yeah. To
because
get it
he
all
thought it was
over
okay.
with so they don't have to spend time washing their children.
Right. Because he thought it was okay,
Yeah.
and admit it. Well, I didn't realize that how bad it looked. There wasn't anything going on, but now I understand why it wasn't appropriate. But at the time, I didn't think it was inappropriate. Like, just admit it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and they didn't have a door on their bathroom.
right.
They didn't put a door on there till after summer was gone.
Yep. When they were remodeling the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that last stream.
Yeah. Yep.
It's
Sure.
just it's sad, and then the kids think that that's a normal thing to do,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know. I remember bathing with my little brother, and we were 6 years apart, and we would get in the tub together more as like a safety thing for him. So he was like 2 and I
Yeah.
was like, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So it was like me sitting in there kind of helping, just because my mom was a single mom, and
Yeah.
she was doing stuff all the time. So it was basically just me, being a good big sister. But so it's not, I don't know. It's just like admit it, just admit it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Things were done differently back then when we were younger. And so maybe, like that's why he has it stuck in his head. And he was obviously raised way differently than we were.
Yeah. But it was said that both him and Summer would go to bed naked after the shower. I had heard that.
Yeah.
I had heard that. I don't know for sure, allegedly, but I had heard that.
Well, we had heard Candace say that Dawn slept naked.
Yeah. That's what we heard. Yeah.
And Dawn would say that he would tuck Summer in after the shower, after, because it was bedtime. So
Mhm.
he would get them showered and then they'd go to bed. And so he'd
He
put her
also
to
said
bed.
that he liked to put them in nice clean sheets, but
Mm-hmm.
the sheets we saw were not clean.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I wouldn't let my dog lay on that sheet. That was disgusting.
He was like, I always want them to have nice showers and be nice and clean and get in nice clean sheets. Really? Well, what happened to that theory when we seen summer sheets? They were not clean.
Exactly. They were just, oh my gosh.
And we know what I could call that? Bullshit.
That's right. It's bullshit.
Start my own number of how many times Tammy says bullshit about what Don says. I know, gross.
Oh. Oh no.
My dad got a new girlfriend and she had a son my age. They put us in the tub and he pooped. Oh no. I started screaming and crying, so my dad pulled me out but didn't rinse me off. It still haunts me. Oh.
You know what though? That I think that's common too, because like when I was little and I would take a bath, I don't think any of the adults would shower me after the bath. And
Yeah.
like as I
Yeah.
got older and started showering myself, anytime I soak in the tub, I always have to shower after. And I
Mhm.
was like, looking back, like how did our parents think that was okay?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
when you
And
get out
she
and the water's brown, there's an issue.
and she sleeps between them, Mimi Jean and her faces.
That's right, Mimi Jane.
Hi,
Angie.
Angie's Live. How are you? But didn't care what the mattress looked. Right. Right.
Oh, I can imagine. I don't even want to see what the mattress looked like
Mm-mm.
after we saw what the sheet on top of the mattress looked like. Yeah,
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
that's scary.
Nope. Nope. No, thank you. We seen, and we wouldn't have got to see what we see. I'll keep saying it if it wasn't for Chris Madonna. And I think that's another reason Don doesn't like it, like him or like anything about it, is because it kind of showed their life to people. And that didn't help
Yeah.
at all. That did not help at all.
No. And I get that though, like the way that social media is now, It doesn't matter if you're on the front cover of Good Housekeeping.
No, I know. Yeah. Right.
Somebody's always going to complain about it.
Yeah.
So, showing the inside of their home, they didn't live in Good Housekeeping magazines,
Mm-mm.
obviously. So people had their own judgments, and Don took that to heart. He
Yeah.
really took that to heart, that people judged what he worked so hard for.
Mhm.
Like, that's how he saw it. He built
Mhm.
that house.
Yeah.
Not the whole thing, but he built that room on,
Yeah.
and he's proud of that. And so
Mhm.
I can see, if he wasn't such a big baby, I could see
Right.
how that would kind of hurt your ego a little bit,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah.
brush it off and you keep going. Not
Mhm.
Dawn.
But there was things that they could have done better.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
being poor is not a crime or a sin or anything to be ashamed of, but they weren't.
Right. They weren't poor at all.
And
They were just dirty.
that's why I just think that the house didn't have to be that way. In my
It
opinion.
just showed how Dawn didn't do anything at the house.
Right.
The
And maybe
wires
he
weren't
was
even inside
working
the
all the
drywall.
time. Maybe he was working all the time, but maybe he wasn't. I mean, we don't know.
Right.
Because I heard that even after Summer went missing, and this is allegedly hearsay, I don't know, he would be gone for like a week or two at a time. Where would he go?
On binges, allegedly.
Yeah. So instead of being there doing stuff around the house to make it better.
Yep.
See, Mimi Jean, they had money. See that? Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But if you're
And he
ashamed
didn't.
of change, it's okay to be poor. But the dirty and yeah, so they had lice and the boys had scabies. Now I asked Cher about the scabies. She said she had not heard, and she had asked Don about the scabies, and he said no, but they had lice. But he could have been fibbing, very well
Well,
fibbing.
I
But
think lice is very common. And here's the thing, people have a big misconception of lice because lice likes clean hair.
yes, it does. Yep.
So the dirty hair is less likely to get lice.
Mhm. Yep.
Where we heard about the scabies, if I recall correctly, the first time we heard about that was the fake CPS worker that Ziggy had the inside scoop from.
Oh, okay.
And we learned that all of that stuff was a lie. It was actually, if I recall correctly, she called herself a psychic. And when she was talking to Ziggy, I don't know if she told Ziggy who she was really, and
Yeah.
they concocted it, the whole CPS worker story together,
Hmm.
or if she lied to Ziggy and said that she was a CPS worker, but she was just a fake psychic too. So whichever it was, because I know who she is. I've seen her. I've seen her channel. Um, I watched her a few times, and in my opinion, I don't believe that she has abilities like she claims that she does. Um, just because of the stuff that she was saying.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, that's where we heard that.
Yeah. I was
That's
wondering
where,
where it came in at. Yeah, because
yeah,
I kept hearing it, and I just told Cher. I just asked Cher. I'm like, "Do you know?" And she's like, "They didn't have scabies, but they did. They did have lice several times. They did have lice."
yeah. What's what's not true, Wolfie? Now, see, I don't know about all hair types
Hmm.
being prone to it. I've never heard that, and I only know from my own experience. I don't know if I know of any other races that were around me that I've known to have lice, so I can't speak on that. But I would assume it would all be the same. I mean, I could see like with African American hair, when like they put the conditioner in it and the oils in it and the moisturizing stuff on their scalp and like things like that, I could see where that would deter lice because they may not be able to hang on as well. But
Right. Yeah.
you said people with dirty hair wasn't likely to get lice. Yeah, dirty hair is not different races. I mean dirty hair. I mean like greasy, dirty hair that hasn't been washed, because the lice can't hold on to the hair when it's greasy.
That's
They
what I
can't hold on
that's
as
what
well.
I was told too, but I don't know.
Yeah.
You heard fleas. Now I could see having fleas as many dogs as they had
Well,
around
but
there.
fleas don't live on people though.
No,
They
but
may
if
have
you
fleas.
get them if you get them in your house or something, they will bite you.
Yes, I know. My children, both of my children, are highly allergic to fleas. Whereas when a flea bites me, I just feel it and have to pick it off. When they bite them, they look like humongous mosquito bites.
Yeah.
And they
Yep,
itch
they
for
do.
days.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It would be harder to comb out, depending on what kind of hair you have. I mean, I think that well, I don't know. I guess, unless the people come in and share their own experiences, I think that would be hard to
Yeah.
decide, because I know it is hard to brush out. Like when you fresh wash African American hair, I know that it's hard to brush it out, and that's why the leave-in conditioner goes in, and the conditioners and the scalp conditioners and all of that. I think that once all of that was in, it would be a little bit easier to comb out, but
Right. Yeah.
I think that would deter the lice also.
Let's see. Trying to go through. There we go. I know people can't get lice because their hair's oily, but it isn't true. Rugs. Me too. I don't know. Never had. I've never had it either. I've
I
never.
have.
I've never had it.
My hair was down to my butt when I got it, and I got it from my cousins, and my mom threatened to chop my hair off because she had to sit there and comb out my hair. Like it was down to my butt. So she had to section it in teeny tiny sections to comb all the knits out with that fine tooth comb. And I mean, we sat there for hours and hours. And she was like, I would rather just cut your hair. Can we cut your hair? Like shoulder length and be done with this. I can get the comb through it way faster that way. It's either that or I'm going to shave your head. And I was
Yeah.
like, you're not going to shave my head.
Yeah.
She wasn't going to shave my head, but it was a frustrating, tedious job to do. So, right, Magic Star. It's a whole new world, like we learn as Caucasian people, we learn to take care of our own hair and what works and what doesn't work. And then you have a child that you're caring for that has different type of hair, it's hard to learn the best way to take it, because I don't think any two people have the same type of hair,
Right.
what
Yeah.
your race is. And so I am too the real Gemini. I'm sitting here scratching my head too.
But if you know that you blow dry your hair and straighten your hair, won't get them. I know because my cousin had 5 kids and I helped get rid of them and didn't get them when I was a kid. Nice.
Oh, wow. Now, see, my
That's
son got
rough.
it. He got it one time. He got it from school, and he came home from school, and the nurse had said that he had it, and he has like dirty blonde hair. And we ended up getting a jar of generic mayonnaise. And because he can't, like, I still have to, he's 15 years old, and I still use the Johnson's shampoo on him because he is on the spectrum, and that's one of his sensitivities. And You know, he doesn't want to use regular shampoo because it could burn his eyes. So we use the Johnson's baby shampoo, and it works great on his hair. He has gorgeous, thick, luscious hair. I don't know like why it's so thick, but it is. It's very, very thick. And we put that whole jar of mayonnaise on his head and put a Walmart sack over the top of it and let it sit for hours, like the whole evening into the night, and until he just couldn't take it anymore. And we washed it out and it got rid of the lice. I don't know. I don't know what the secret was, but it worked. Right, Magic Star. Do you know that they have, I actually found a conditioner, a leave-in conditioner on Amazon, and it's called Mixed Chicks. Like, that's the brand. If you search it, you'll find their
Oh
whole
yeah, you
hair
told
line.
me about that. Yeah.
Yep. That stuff is amazing. It makes hair super soft. Oh my goodness, it's amazing.
Yeah. They just share everything at school.
Oh yeah. And I've heard of using flea shampoo. I think that's how my aunt got rid of my cousin's lice when we were little and we all got it. But yeah, it sucks because then you got to take all of the pillows, all of the blankets, all of the
Yeah.
sheets,
Yep.
all of that stuff. So,
Mhm.
oh, bedtime book.
Hmm.
Bedtime routine is so fun. Tonight, my grandbaby was fighting me so bad to the point where she finally fell asleep. Like I quit trying to lay her down. She fell asleep on her pillow on the floor beside her bed. I was like, okay, fall asleep right there. I'll move you. Go ahead. And she did. And I did. But that's how I got her to go to
Tea tree
sleep.
oil. I love tea tree oil. That stuff is worked wonders on stuff. And I don't mind the smell of it.
I
I
don't like the
don't.
smell.
It doesn't bother me at all. All right, here we go. We're almost done. We're almost there.
We just had a
different
huge
favorite from
squirrel.
mom, right?
Huh?
We just had a huge squirrel.
We did. A big one. A whole family.
That's right.
Oh.
What was her favorite that you would cook her?
Mashed potatoes and corn and
Mm,
vegetables, just everything. Everything.
that sounds delish. I'm hungry. How was about the boys? What was their favorite meal to eat? Do you go hunting for venison or bear or anything?
Hell no.
Oh.
No. No, I'm always working.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
All of it.
I know that's right. I know that's true.
I don't have time to go hunting and do whatever, all this crazy stuff people come up with. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where these people get off come up with this stuff.
Don't be pissed off.
But
Yeah, he does always work. That's true. He doesn't got time for hunting. Thank you, Polly. Anything else on your mind on about summer?
No,
Not the
just
BS, just about summer.
I'm just really pissed off at all the super Karens.
Super Karens?
Obama. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Yeah. Do you know where your mother-in-law is now? Candace's mom is now in Wisconsin, or?
She's staying out of all the crap. I mean, she's already missing a daughter, and now she's missing a granddaughter, and all the YouTube drama and everything else. I mean, it's just too much.
Yeah.
Way too much.
Yeah.
It's way too much for me. It's bullshit. You know? I turned to social media for help, and it turned into a damn nightmare. But And it still is a nightmare. It's crazy. I really wish, I guess I can't say it, but I'll probably, have to disappear off it, I guess. Because YouTubers have done pretty much everything that they can do for some. But it's turned into a nightmare going after us, going after everybody else and everything. And it's just a freaking circus. And probably the smartest thing I can do is completely go off YouTube altogether.
Mimi Jean, I was just thinking that. He said, I can't remember exactly. I think he said she doesn't like French fries, but she likes potatoes. But I'm not totally sure.
I don't remember either.
I remember him talking about potatoes because Cher was talking about it. How she was like, I don't like. I think Cher said I don't like French fries, but I like potatoes, or something right opposite of that. And I think he said the same thing about Summer not liking. He's like, she don't like potatoes. Like Cher asked you, does she like French fries? And he's like, she don't really ask for those. But now he's saying she likes mashed potatoes. Okay, that's what it is. No, she likes French fries, not potatoes. Okay, that's what I thought.
And see, but that's not uncommon though. I'm like,
Right.
I don't like raw tomatoes, but I love ketchup. I love stewed tomatoes. I even like fried tomatoes.
Yeah.
But
and
I don't
that's a
like.
picture of her eating French fries at Burger King. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I have that picture. But I don't like the raw, cold, regular fresh sliced tomatoes.
Yep. I thought it was something like that. And then one time he was like, but she don't eat them that often. I mean, I don't think he knows, to be honest. So, but here he says she likes mashed potatoes. So it's just another thing, like when he was talking about the ages of the girls she hangs out with.
Right.
He's changed that too. I mean,
he just says whatever fits for that moment.
Right off the vine. I can too. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can't. The cherry tomatoes, any type. Oh, I can't. But you put some tomatoes in a blender and put them in the pan and make some spaghetti sauce, and I'll eat the shit out of that. Okay. Like, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Or stew them and put them in the chili. I'm good. I will tear that up. Okay.
Will not eat potatoes, but she will eat French fries. Yep.
My son is that way. He won't eat potatoes. He's not even a fan of mashed potatoes, but he loves French fries. He won't eat onions.
I totally get, like, not liking one or the other, or, I'll eat both, but I can get it if you would rather have French fries over mashed potatoes. But Dawn, I just don't think he knows. Honestly.
Right.
One time he says she likes French fries, the next time he says she likes mashed potatoes.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It just changes.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on whichever fits the best at the time.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, my son doesn't like onions at all. If there's onions in the spaghetti, he'll pick them out. But he'll tear up some onion rings.
Yeah. That's so weird, ain't it?
Yeah. I'm like, what's the difference? Those are cooked. They're just breaded.
Yeah.
Like the onions and the spaghetti sauce are cooked too. So I cook them with the hamburger. So they're, translucent by the time they get to the sauce.
Right. Yeah. Yep. How do you even see them?
Right. Darn it. Quit acting like you have texture issues or something, son. Dang. You know what I've done though? I'm so bad because they like the flavor of the onions, but they don't like the onion. But my husband, okay, he doesn't like onions either. But when he goes to McDonald's, he'll get a double, what is it? A McDouble or what, like a double cheeseburger, and he'll have them put the diced tomatoes, like the
Oh yeah,
not the chunky diced, but the like finely diced that's for the cheeseburgers.
yeah.
He'll have him put those on his McDouble.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but you don't like onions, right? And he's like, I like them. I like the flavor of them. I just don't like the crunch of the bigger onions. Okay, so I'm a smart ass. So I dice the onion when I make my spaghetti sauce.
Right.
And in my pan of sauce, I put the mushrooms and the onions and the green peppers. And, you know, like I like my sauce chunky.
Mhm.
And then in theirs, because the other 3 people in my family eat from the other pot, I have my own pot. And I take the rest of the onion, I'll take half of it and put it in my magic bullet and blend that up and pour it right in.
Mm-hmm.
So they still get a little bit of, you know, like I don't blend it, puree it, but I'll
Right.
blend
Yeah.
it to where it's like, you know, very, 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 very diced.
Right.
And they get onion that way.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
I like tater cakes too. Onion powder. Yep.
Yep, that works too. I
Mhm.
used to use the onion powder, but if I have onion, I'll just use the regular onion. Or
Oh,
they have the onion flakes too.
yeah, they do.
I use those too.
Yep.
You just have to have the flavor in there.
Yep. The flavor.
And then the secret, there's 2 secrets to spaghetti sauce. Sugar, and I like lots of sugar in mine, and a cup of the noodle water to make you put the noodle water in the pasta sauce, and that
Mhm.
helps the sauce stick to the noodle.
I don't like sweet though.
Well, you don't taste the sweet. Like, you don't put that much sugar in it.
Yeah, I'm
I don't
not.
sugar my spaghetti sauce the same way I sugar my coffee, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you put the sweet in it, just a few tablespoons of sugar, and it curves the acidity that's in the tomatoes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's not enough to taste. It's just enough to, you know, curve that acidity.
Yeah.
I haven't tried honey in it, but that would work too. I'm going to do that next time. My
Mhm.
son was just asking me for spaghetti the other night. So I told him I got to get the hamburger and I'll make it.
Yep. Time to make skitty.
I have some honey. Not Tammy's honey, but I have some honey.
I don't have any honey yet. Gotta wait till the bees make it for the spring, and then we'll have some kind of honey. Kills the acid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally different. Like if you taste it before you put the sugar in it, and then you put the sugar in it, and then you taste it, and it's just like the flavor is so much better. Like it
You,
it
you don't get
heightens.
that metal taste.
Yes.
That,
It
that's what
heightens
I feel like.
all the stuff that's in it.
Yeah. I'll have to try that then.
Yep. And like I said, I like to put a lot in it. So a lot would be like 4 or 5 tablespoons instead of 1 or 2 tablespoons, you know.
But you don't
But
taste the sugar.
no, if I taste the sugar, that means I put way too much in.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you're not supposed to taste it. A little bit of baking soda in the sauce. Oh, I've never tried that. I don't really get heartburn. The only time I had heartburn was when I was pregnant with my son.
Brown sugar. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have some? Can I have a cup of sugar?
Mm-hmm.
I swear, bad boys. Every time I hear sugar, I always think, we just want to borrow a cup of sugar. He tries to talk like he's Southern.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Okay.
Well, what do you think about YouTube and people coming together and getting Summer's face on billboards across 18 states? That's pretty good.
Who's all done that though?
Oh, I can't even tell you.
Uh,
There's so many people, and it's been verified. People have driven out and taken pictures and video. There, she's on multiple different, about 17 or 18 billboards across 17 or 18 states or so.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah.
Real good.
Why does it matter who's done
Benny
it?
and Tiffany Marie started that all up.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew about that or.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how all that, what anybody's done or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Last time I checked, it was 17 states that your daughter's face is on
Wow.
billboards right outside like
That's
airports
pretty
and
awesome.
heavy trafficked areas.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's good from social media, don't you think? There's some good in there as well as bad.
yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's good.
He sounds ecstatic.
Yeah, don't he?
But for us, it's been mostly bad. All the way
Boo
around.
hoo. Woe is
It's been
me.
very bad for us.
hmm.
I mean, on top of missing our daughter, we've been accused of everything in the world. You know,
Right, but there might be a day where that will be cleared up, right? And people will apologize, and you have religion that I'm pretty sure you will forgive. You forgave me how many times? You will forgive others. I know how you are. People think you're this
I
mean,
wish
hard
I,
man, but
you know, I
He
really
forgave
wish
Cher
Mary
'cause she's
would
a nice
really
butt.
tell the truth. That's one thing I would.
Huh? Say that again.
I said he forgave Cher because she has a nice butt. He liked looking at the monster tattoos on the back of her legs.
I'm hungry now. Great. I know.
I know, I'm thinking I'm going to have to make spaghetti tomorrow night.
Also, a bit of salt in coffee. It tastes bitter. Can't even taste it, but it takes away the bitter and cheap coffee. Oh, okay. Everybody's hungry now. Look, I'm
It's
itchy and hungry. Oh no.
It's the squirrels' fault, okay? Those darn squirrels.
Don is full of shit. You're right. That.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. 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 And I didn't realize. We're glad you're back, Magic Star. Reading the book to the baby. I didn't realize there was that many states that had summer on a billboard either.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever realized there was that many. But don't you think as a parent you would know that?
Well, no, because he didn't get involved with
No, I mean
things like that.
normally if you're a parent that has somebody missing, wouldn't you be wanting to know? Wouldn't you know everything that's being put out about your child? Like if there's flyers being put out or if there's a billboard going up, wouldn't you be in contact and want to know that kind of stuff?
Well, yeah, if he was involved and cared,
Right.
then
That's what I'm saying.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should
But
want.
the way I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying he should know that. He should know that. Cher shouldn't have had to told him that.
Right.
Yeah.
And the way that Tiffany and Benny did it, I give them credit for that, because the way that they did it was they didn't take anybody's money and say, we will do the billboards for you. They created the, what's it called? Like they created the outline or the billboard picture that you have to upload. And then they gave out the website to go to so that people could create their own. And then that's how it got in 17 or 18 states, because
Gotcha.
there were people that supported, TM and BK, and they chose to go on the website and do it themselves.
Gotcha. Yeah.
which I respect that. I respect that more than, well, give me your money and I'll do it. But then I'm not going
Right.
to show
Yeah.
you how I
Yeah.
did it or where I did it
Yeah.
or where your money went,
Yeah.
because that's how scams happen.
Yeah.
So I do like the way that they did it.
Yeah. I didn't even know you could do it that way. But,
Hmm.
you know,
Yep.
that would have been something Don should have been involved in helping do. Then
Well,
he would
yeah.
have known that many states have it. But like Mimi Jean is saying, he didn't want that information out. He didn't
Yep.
want it all over the United States that she was missing.
Well, I don't think that he cares because he knows that she's not going to be found.
Yeah,
So
he
it's like,
does, but I mean, it still brings him bad, it still brings them attention to the case.
right. But I mean, just like when he was saying that he felt bad when he saw the searchers out there limping out of the woods,
Yeah,
and he was like, I'm sorry for them. And, yeah, they're out there doing all this work that doesn't need to be done because you can help direct them to exactly where your daughter is.
right,
You may not know exactly where she is, but you know who does, in my
right,
opinion.
right. And Jody Sue Brown said that Summer won't ever be found.
Now, how would she know that?
Don't know. But she says it in this video that we're going to watch if we make it that far. She says it. She sure does.
Wow.
Used to be my
Shira.
friend for like a year. And my brother could play together. He is 5 years old, but he had all the.
Shira. I remember Shira. Brad started 3, but then the big fight. Yeah, I remember Brad took money. Brad took a lot of money. And it was found out that he was a big old scammer.
Is that Chase 123?
423 Chase.
423 Chase. That's right.
Yeah, it was their area code to their phone numbers, 423.
I didn't know his real name.
Well, yeah, his real name. It came out I think he ended up coming out with it after he had been doxxed because he had a criminal record that people found, and they were like, "Well, buddy, hold on. What are these charges about here, sir?"
Is that the one where he's sitting in his garage or something in a chair and he talks about it? Uh,
Probably.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
That sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his I'm pretty sure, like, everybody knows his name, but because I think that his dad has the same name, and so when I actually have found a few pictures, and his channel had just started right before Summer, or right around the time that Summer vanished.
Yeah.
I want to say that it was right before, and that was very weird because I think that there were connections with Brad and Dawn or Candace or both or something along those lines. So it became a whole rabbit hole with him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he's the one that got the very first billboard. Like this picture that we see everywhere of Summer's billboard, like I'm pretty sure it's probably on your thumbnail.
Yeah.
That was the very first billboard that went up for Summer. And Brad is, well, let me rephrase that. He was the connection to make it happen.
Gotcha.
But the money that people gave him for the billboard
Yeah.
never made it to the billboard company. The woman who gave them, it was like $3,000 that she paid, and she gave it to Brad. And the first month was paid for, but then she had to call the billboard company herself and pay for it over the phone, if I'm remembering correctly. If not, chat, correct me. But she had to pay for it directly that way, and she never got her money back from Mr. Brad Wishon.
Oh.
So her money was just gone
Yeah.
that she had given to him. But he swore up and down that he paid the billboard. And so that's why she called and was like, what's going on? Why isn't the billboard up? You know, Brad's saying this. And they even talked to the billboard company, and I'm pretty sure recorded it and played it
Yeah.
so that people knew what was going on with it. Because yeah, he was scamming.
Mm-hmm. Summer has a very strong spirit. That's why she's in so many hearts. She's special to Jesus. Her little life brought many together and opened many eyes and marks a pivotal time in spiritual war. Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, she does.
He knew Don and Candace. That's what I thought, Mimi Jean. I couldn't remember if it was both of them or if it was one of the two.
Yeah.
But some way, somehow. And yeah, his channel was started at a weird time.
Yeah.
And then he deleted his channel when he was confronted about it.
He never
And
came back either, did he?
No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
That we
After
knew of.
he had shared, like, I thought that he was doing real shit. You know, like, I thought he was out there because he had pictures that he had shared of the flyers. And he showed the flyers. Like, he had a stack of flyers in his car. And he was like, I'm out here passing out these flyers. And, you know, here I am. This is what I'm doing. I'm showing you what I'm doing because people were calling him out. Well, then he shared the pictures of like a truckload of flyers. I don't know where he got them, I don't know how it happened, but I have the screenshot of that. I thought I had more of Brad's channel than what I can find now. So I'm not quite sure what happened to the rest of it, but he did share the truckload of flyers, and he was supposed to mail them out to people, never did. His name still comes up. I'm not surprised. I mean, there was allegations that he was a part of it, you know, that he knew it was going to happen before it happened because he was part of the plan.
Yep. Yep.
Scary to think.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't need.
Lying to tell
Well,
the truth.
we can ignore
Just
that
tell the
though.
truth.
We can ignore that for now, right?
Well, I mean,
Or people will
false
start
witness,
wondering why you're
serious.
so like angry about this if it means nothing. That you know that's what people will put around, right? Why is Don so angry about this if it's all lies, right? You know how they work, what they'll say. And what would you say to those people?
Serious. That's just like, you know, what would I say to them people? I don't know right now.
Yeah.
She needs to tell the truth.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get back. We'll talk some more tomorrow, but yeah, I want you to calm down, and also I'm kind of tired, so
Yeah, me too.
yeah, you should get some rest,
I'm
but
gonna get off here.
yeah, just leave it alone, you know? Focus on
Well, it's
Summer.
hard to leave it alone. Yeah, but you don't understand.
No,
Here's the problem.
I know.
When people say stuff like that, it ruins your life. It ruins your life completely, all the way around. For somebody to say something so horrific about you, that completely destroys your life. Not only, you know, yeah, we're missing our daughter, but now it's beyond that. It's way beyond that. This is, anyway, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's very wrong.
Well, there's nothing we can do to change it. It's been put out there now. you know, and when that first happened, you admitted to some stuff, but now, you know, more people are coming out. And if you don't want it to be a distraction, don't focus on it. Don't let it get you so angry. I'm telling you, just focus on Summer. You said the police aren't talking to you about the Utah stuff. Ignore it then. If it's not a problem right now, just let it go. That's what I think you should do. I'm giving you advice as your friend.
It's not a problem, but I mean,
Yeah, he is a broken man. He is. He's definitely hurt. His sister came in here,
anyways,
Terry.
I appreciate y'all. Appreciate your prayers and appreciate what people are trying to do. I do.
Yeah, because there is some good out
For
there.
people caring, for people that actually, that do care for Summer.
Look at the positive. Your daughter's face is being seen by new people because she is in many states right now. Her face, her name. And it is drawing new attention to her case. I think that's a good thing.
It is, but it's just, seems to me though, I mean, with her, with such national attention and everything like that, and, she's definitely hid away somewhere. That's for sure.
Yeah, she's got to be.
If somebody has her, they got her locked away or kept in a house somewhere under guard, or she's definitely lost her life. I mean,
What?
whether she's alive, what I'm saying is whether she's alive or whether she's dead, she's not a free American anymore.
That's crazy.
What?
If I ever heard.
Don? Okay.
Huh?
Well, you can't think
What?
of all of... If you put all that on yourself of what if...
Well, I mean, no, you can't. The reality of it is she's not in good hands. I mean, it's not good.
Well, I hope you're wrong about that.
Oh, I do too.
But you can't help but thinking that.
Her, well, they didn't come and take her to Disneyland.
Yeah. Well, what if it was just somebody who wanted a daughter who couldn't have a daughter? And maybe she is got a good life somewhere.
I suppose that's a remote possibility, but statistically speaking,
Statistically, yeah.
Statistically, it's gone down to 1% of ever seeing her again. Statistically,
Mm-hmm.
we have a 1% chance of ever seeing her alive again.
What? Is that what the law told you, though?
Bullshit.
Or are you reading that on the computer? Or who told you that, Don? That can't be true.
Exactly.
That's a true statistic. After so
Bullshit.
much time, it drops down to 1%.
Says
I've
who?
ever seen that kid ever again. So that tells you right there they didn't just take it to, I don't know. I mean, we hope.
My goodness.
Keep hoping, but it's not
Yeah,
good.
they are.
Yeah. Well, we got to keep some hope.
But his statistics are even worse.
Otherwise, people start to give up.
Yeah.
And you don't want to forget. You don't want to give up. Do you? You don't want other people to give up, do you? No.
Oh, I'll never give up.
Good.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, do you want to say anything before I end it to everyone in chat? 462 people.
No. Yeah, this, I don't know. I guess have a good night, and appreciate people trying, appreciate people that are trying to help us. And to all the Karens, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I know what to tell you, but
You cannot help yourself, can you?
it just upsets me, I mean, it's very disturbing. The things that they come up with and the drama and all the hate stuff to build their channel on, because that's all they care about is themselves and their channel. So they're going to build this hate thing and create all this crazy drama.
Then what's his excuse? Hold on.
Somebody else's life just to make themselves look better.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
What'd you say?
I said, then what's his excuse? All these people are out here crazy, saying all these crazy and disturbing things to create their channel and to get views. So what's his excuse then? He said the most disturbing things out of everybody. I have never heard any channel say the nasty, disgusting things about his own daughter that he has said.
Yeah.
So what's his excuse? If they're building their channels and wanting to get views, what in the hell is he doing?
Right.
Saying
every time he talks about her, she's in a basement chained up. Or in a hotel room. I mean,
1% chance.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? Please show me that statistic, because I've never seen that anywhere.
And you notice when she told him that, he said, well, he kind of backpedaled a little bit because he just made that up.
Yeah, I did. You can't even find the statistics like that, because when you look at, I tried to look up the actual statistics of missing children, and it's so hard because the majority of missing children that are not runaways or that are not suspected runaways, the majority is family related.
Yeah.
So you can't even get a true statistic because it breaks it down so much. You know, it starts out with, well, this amount is family related and this amount is stranger related, which is minute.
Right.
The stranger related is so small. And then it breaks it down even more, of a mother or a father or a family member or a babysitter, or, it breaks it down. So it's even harder to find there. I guarantee he has never seen any statistic that said the chances of him seeing his 5-year-old daughter that had been missing for months at this point, just a couple months, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't this in August or September?
Yeah, I think so. September 1st, I think.
Okay. So from June to September 1st, 1% chance, he's full of shit.
Right. Just like Chris Proudfoot, he said he would try to give the percentage of the dogs. That wasn't even right.
Right. That was so far off.
The percentage of dogs that are wrong or right. You don't know. You're just talking out your ass.
Yeah, that was so far off.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Magic Star on that one. He is.
91% of children reported missing to them have been recovered. See, that's awesome. That is totally awesome. 91%. Okay, so where's he getting this 1% chance of ever seeing her again when the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is saying 91% of children have been recovered?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, during his eulogy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he already was talking in past tense before before any of us even wanted to think that direction. He was already thinking that.
Right. On day 3,
Yeah.
we were still looking for the factual information about the family, about the home, about the dates and the times and the timeline. And, day 3, I hadn't even touched the case yet. But that's where people who start on a case, that's usually, the first week or so is gathering as much information as they can.
Yeah.
And he's out here saying, I'll see her in the resurrection. Thank you, God, for giving me 5 years with Summer. I'm so thankful for that.
Well, guess what? I don't think you'll see her in the resurrection.
I don't either. You have to go to heaven for that to be possible.
Right. Right. Give up, Magic Star. Yep. Because he knew.
Mhm.
You don't give up on something unless you already know.
Yep.
It's just like you're trying to do a project or something and you're like, this is just not going to work. I'm just going to give up. Well, you give up because you know it's just not going to work. The project's not going to work. You're not going to be able to complete it or whatever.
Right.
You don't give up unless you just absolutely know.
And see, that's not the type of person that I am. I'm
Me-
rushing down to the very last second
Yeah.
trying to get something done or trying to find something or
Yeah.
trying to
Make it
complete
work.
something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. But
And
he knew.
I am-
So it's like he's saying, don't waste your time, don't,
Mhm.
because he already knew.
I am definitely a procrastinator. I have always been my entire life. Hi, my name is Mandy, and I'm a procrastinator. And but I am a positive procrastinator. So I procrastinate, but I am positive that I will get it done in the time crunch that I allow myself to get it done.
Mhm. That's right. Don't give up.
Right. And he's not. He's like, well, it's already over. She's gone.
Yeah.
Day 1, she's gone.
Yep.
I mean, he basically told us that when he said that he saw the boys down on the bottom of the property.
He knew she was gone.
Yep. He gave up right then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It will be very hot where Don is going. You are right, Mimi Jean.
Yep.
And he deserves every bit of heat he gets.
And the devil will not be interested in his victim mentality story.
He can sit there and say it's bullshit that I'm down here, and the devil will say, nope, it's bullshit that got you here.
Right. You earned your place here, buddy.
That's right. It's your
Like
bullshit that got you here.
You've had years and years and years.
Mm-hmm.
The only time that the only time that he's religious is when he's in jail or when he's trying to put on this fake persona.
Yeah. Like in the other video, he wanted to read to us. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, from the Bible.
Yeah.
Mhm. Read scripture.
Yeah.
Donnie Wells reading scripture.
Well,
Yep.
I'm sure, Don, that me and you do not serve the same God.
Right. Hallelujah, Magic Star. Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah.
That's right.
I love me some Medea.
That's I know.
How you doing?
The devil's is weeding the garden. Yep. He's got a spot for you, Don. See?
Yeah.
Because I'm not. I mean, that is.
Yeah, I got a
Interesting. Yeah, it is. I'd say so. I
It is disgusting. That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I appreciate it, and I will defend you and Candace always.
Yeah, make sure you're standing up for her. That's good. But
I don't know what else to say about, it's just,
Well, I appreciate you, and you always let me ask you off the wall questions, and you answer them when you can. I'm sorry for the questions, but it's out there, so I at least want to hear from the horse's mouth. You know how I am.
There's all kinds of crazy shit out there, though.
Yeah.
And it's all drama. It's you know, oh man, I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words right now.
Have
so
you
I'm gonna get off here and say
really
goodnight,
quick,
okay?
really quick? Have you thought about going on the news again and begging for Summer's safe return at all, or?
Nope.
Well,
Listen
kind
to
of
this.
depends on how big of a YouTube drama channel. That
No, not a channel, not a YouTube channel, like a news, like a real news on TV.
Right, and a lot of them act like YouTubers.
Oh, oh, for real?
This is what I'm trying to say.
Listen to that.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds very Proudfoot like.
They act like YouTubers. Why do I want to go on there? Actually, Don, us YouTubers sometimes do it better than the reporters and the TV.
That's right.
Sometimes we actually do it better. So,
Hi, Claudia. Claudia got us on the big screen.
oh, she got us on the, oh, Lord. Got us
Her
on the
phone
big
is-
screen.
Her phone is still broken, but can watch it on TV. So that
Okay.
means she just can't chat.
Oh, well, we're glad you're here.
Well, you just yell at the TV.
That's
'cause
right.
I'm sure the stuff you're yelling, we're thinking too. If we're not saying it.
Well, we're almost done with him, but the next video is, it's very, Nature Lover did a very good job
Mm-hmm.
on this, and I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but
Nature Lover's a girl. She's
Okay.
a lady. Yeah.
I've never I didn't know about her channel, and I just recently found her, but she did a very good job on that because there are some very creepy. Okay, so Jody Sue Brown is creepy anyway,
Uh-huh.
but there's some very, like, you have to be dedicated to listen to Jody Sue Brown
Mm-hmm.
because she will do live streams for days,
Mm-hmm.
and she talks like she strays and talks and strays. I mean, she doesn't have she just rambles.
And she mumbles too.
Oh yeah, I know. And you got to really sit and listen to her. And the sad thing is you would have to sit for, like, if she's streaming 16 hours, you would have to sit that whole time, and you might get an hour's worth of stuff that's usable.
Mm-hmm.
That could be relevant to Summer's case. But you got to spend the whole 16 hours listening to that.
Right.
So for her to have caught these moments is great. And we're going to play some of them, see how far we can get.
Yeah, Nature Lover's been around for a while. If it's the same channel I'm thinking of, when she first started her channel, she would she had like this in-home sauna thing that it was like a chair. She would sit in a chair and then it was like this bubble tent thing that she would zip up around her and like zip up to her neck, and she would sit in the sauna thing and she would record her thoughts while she was sitting in the sauna thing.
Okay.
And it was about Summer's case, if
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the same lady.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know.
sure that's what it
Like
is.
I said, I just found her, and I haven't watched a lot of her videos yet because I haven't had that much time, and I was gone all day today. But I am going to go back and look at some of her other stuff. But when I seen this video, and it was what I was wanting to talk about anyway, was the neighbors. And so I said, well, let me click on this, and let me just see it. And I thought this is a really good video to share and to review. And so I wanted to make sure she got credit, which people will see it, but still I wanted to make sure she got credit. And I dropped her link at the very beginning um, of the live. If Ahmad wants to go do that again, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I just found her channel. I wanted to pull it
Yeah,
up and see if it was the same lady,
yeah,
and I
but
don't know if she still has those videos on there or not.
but um, I want to give, it's hers. I want to give her full credit, and please don't strike me. I just want to share, Summer's stuff and try to and put it back out there again. Um, and this, like I said, this is a good video, and that was mine. Mandy, I've been talking to you. This is one of the things I wanted to do was to
Mhm.
talk about the neighborhood and the neighbors because I think it's important in Summer's case.
Right.
So yeah, so there's some interesting things will come up in this video of hers with Jody Sue Brown talking. I did have to stop it several times because I was like, wait, what did she just say?
Right?
Because I was like, she just said, because it's just so much stuff that I hope TBI has it because it's not normal, the stuff that she says.
Right. Yeah, she definitely has far-fetched stuff that it's just like off the wall. Did
Yeah.
you really just say that?
Yeah. Yeah. Like in one part of it, she starts like citing poetry. And I'm like, what?
Oh my.
And you'll see when you start hearing it why she's doing it, but it's like, and she'll recite something and she'll try to say something like really deep, like your ancestors and your roots and stuff. And then she'll say something, she'll go, it's just a bunch of chicken shit. And I'm like, well, okay, well, that's not really how, if you want to be, if you're trying to calm your audience or just give them good vibes or a good, you know, whatever, and you're all calm and you just talk about the roots and ancestors, and all of a sudden you're like, it's just a bunch of chicken shit. I mean, that kind of turns people off.
Well, yeah.
So you'll see
Just a
how
little bit.
and it's just like, okay, was that a moment where she just, what?
Right.
Yeah. So
Okay,
those
so
I had to go back. Yeah.
Nature Lover does have a lot of stuff on here.
Okay.
I went back to the first video on her channel,
Okay.
and it's newer stuff from like 2 years ago. And I thought she had been around longer. Wandering Hearts, hasn't Nature Lover, isn't she the one that used to sit in the sauna? Am I thinking the right person? Because it looks like all of those videos are gone. Like everything from 2 years and beyond is gone. I could be thinking about the wrong person, but I'm pretty sure that that's who it is. So I'm surprised. I clicked on a couple different videos, and it seems like the only ones that she still has on are like clipped videos.
So do you see the video that I'm going to do today?
She has a lot of Jody Sue.
Okay.
So no, I'm not for sure which one you're playing. She has a lot.
Not that I ever saw. Sorry, she said.
Well, now that's gonna drive me nuts because I'm gonna go through my subscription list and find out who I'm thinking of then.
Hi, Aussie. How are you?
Hello, Aussie.
Sweet Aussie. What she said? If so, her husband was a cop.
The one who sat in the sauna, Mimi Jean. So you know who I'm talking about? Like you see the same sauna bubble thing around the person that I did. Like she had blonde hair and it was short. And she used to sit out on her sun porch and she would show like her birds and bird feeders and deer. And, like that's why I was thinking Nature Lover. Because she would sit out there in her little sauna thing. And sometimes she would aim the camera at her. And sometimes it would be like where you could see the background too. So you could see her birds and stuff.
Nature by Sheila.
Oh, maybe that's who that's who I'm thinking of then. See why I got them confused? Nature Lover and Nature by Sheila. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they always had deer.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm
Well,
late. I was doing school pickup, Nana's job. No, you're right. They never end. You are
Super
right.
Nana.
And it is perfectly fine. It is okay. I went today with my daughter to like 2.5 hours away because my two of my grandsons go to St. Jude's. So I know I get it. I get it.
Yep.
All right, let's
Oh,
finish this up.
can
We're almost done.
can
Huh?
I brag for just a second? Can I brag for
Yes.
just a second? I'm so
Yes. Yes.
excited. Okay. So, for those of you who may not know, my grandbaby turned 2 in February. We had her tested and found out that she's on the spectrum and she is moderate to severe and she's nonverbal. And she's been doing therapy every week. She has an in-home therapist that comes here to the house and she brings a suitcase full of toys, and I always say she's coming over to let you play with her toys today, and say her name and stuff. But she is like, she has been saying go. She'll say go, 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 go. And when she'll say bye bye, but she says b b b b b. And she'll say pop pop, which is what she calls my husband, and she says mama. And she'll say pa 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 when she wants a puzzle. So there's certain things that, she has a sound down. Pop pop is the only thing that she's like said full word wise.
Yeah.
But today, when the therapist was here, she had closed up her suitcase because the session was over and she had to type in her laptop, the report and stuff before she left. And so she had put all the stuff away and cleaned the toys and stuff and zipped her suitcase up. And today she brought a rolling suitcase and she sat it upright. And my grandbaby was not done playing.
Oh.
And so she like, since she's nonverbal, when she gets upset, she gets vicious. Like, she will throw herself on the ground. She will flip back. She will hit you. She will kick whatever's around her. Like, she gets vicious.
Yeah.
And so we have to try to, control that as much as we can. But usually her therapist will like sing her a little song, or, like, she knows how to calm her down very well. Like, that's one of the things that we do. And so it helps her. But today she had just said something about no, we're done playing with the toys for the day or something, like, she was just saying no. And as she was saying it, my granddaughter said
Oh, Mimi.
open.
Oh.
She said open. She told her to open her suitcase. I was like, oh my goodness. I went back on our cameras and found it and clipped it and sent it to my daughter and my husband and my son. And like, I was so excited because
Oh.
she's never given, an order, like, been
Yeah.
so direct like that, like, the most that she'll say is like if she wants a puzzle and she pulls us over there and she's like, puzzle. But or if she wants to go bye-bye, she'll pull us to the door and say b b b b b, something like that. But this time she actually said the whole word and it was open. And I was like, oh my goodness, that was, because I was in the other room when she said it and I heard the therapist. She was like, oh my gosh, yes, that's, oh my goodness. And she's like, did you hear her? And I said, no, I didn't. So I had to go back on the camera and rewind it. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, it was so exciting.
Oh, that's good.
She almost did the real Gemini. She almost did. She said it was so cute. I almost gave in and unzipped it. But she's on a time schedule, like, she has to get to the next patient too, and she has to drive there and all that. So
Yeah.
she's on a very, very constrictive time schedule. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I gave her
That's
cookies instead.
Yeah.
But she was so oh my gosh, like, we both like it, I'm so happy that that she caught it and the way she said it. Oh, it's just so cute.
And she knew. I mean, she was very direct in what she wanted, so it was no
Yes.
mistake. Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
I was so proud.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the main thing, I think the reason why we were both so excited about, why we were all so excited about it is because, real quick, we had just talked about the difference between kids on the spectrum who mimic words and who communicate with words.
Right.
Like there's several different levels of nonverbal,
Mhm.
and so mimicking is something that's very common. My husband actually just found a TikTok video where the son was like 12 or 13 and he was mimicking everything that the mom said. She was like, do you want to have ice cream later? And he said, do you want to have ice cream later? And like his speech was not as pronounced as hers. And so it was super cute the way he was saying it,
Mhm.
and she would say something serious, so he would say something very serious back. And then when she started laughing because how serious he was being, then he started laughing, so like he was mimicking her. He was
Right.
mimicking her words and he was mimicking her emotions. And so we had talked about my granddaughter, like wondering if she's going to be that way, because the reason why she says go, 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 go is because when we're trying to go from one room to the other, we'll walk behind her and say, go, 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 like, let's go, go,
Yeah.
go, and kind of make her go. And so that's something that we thought she was mimicking. Or like when she hears Pop Pop's car pull up, I'll say Pop Pop's home, and then she'll say pop, 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 so
Yeah.
it's like, is it a mimicking thing or is she really comprehending what we're talking about? Like the comprehension was in question. And so when she demanded, made a demand to open because she had just zipped it up, it was like there was no mimicking there. Nobody
Right.
said open.
No, she knew what she wanted. Yeah.
Yes. So it was like reassuring that she does have comprehension, and it's not just the mimicking thing. So,
Right.
like
Yeah.
we're trying to learn, we're trying to learn her different ways and techniques, and,
Right.
her different levels. And, like, everybody's unique. Everybody on the spectrum, you meet one person on the spectrum, one person on the spectrum, like
Right. Yeah.
everybody is so different. And so, she is super smart. Like she's so intelligent, but it's the verbal thing is what worries me, like, is she going to kick in and start speaking? Or, and then when we found out about the mimicking thing, I didn't even know that that was a thing, and so when we found out that mimicking was a thing, then we had concerns. Okay, well, is that what she's doing? And so for her to make a demand like that today, it was just amazing. It was so amazing. So
Yeah.
I had to celebrate. I was so excited.
Of course.
She just turned 2 in February, Magic Star. And it's so like there's another creator that her grandbaby was born in December and just before mine. And like when she goes live, you can hear her in the background and she is just talking up a storm, and they're having full-fledged adult conversations. And I'm like, this little girl's 2.5 years old, and
Yeah.
like she
Yeah.
is just talking like she is an adult. And so it's amazing to see the different levels, the different way that babies' brains work. And, it's amazing. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we encourage her. Oh my goodness, very encouraging, very encouraging. And we're trying to get her to quit being so violent, basically.
Yeah.
Like when she doesn't get what she wants and she starts hitting or kicking, or like we try to tell her, it's okay to be upset, but you cannot hurt me. That
Right.
hurts, and so yeah, we're encouraging in all different ways,
Yeah.
giving her kudos when she does something, says something, like, yeah.
Yeah. She will get there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're supposed to be starting the speech therapy soon. Her therapist actually just gave us the phone number to an ABA place that she believes that place does the speech therapy. So we're going to try that. And she works on speech a little bit, the therapist that she has now. She works on speech a little bit, but she does things like Miss Rachel does. If she wouldn't even understand a timeout, Magic Star. Like she wouldn't comprehend a timeout if I try to do one with her. Like I set her on the couch or set her in the chair when she starts like throwing herself around, because I don't want her to get hurt on the floor. So, I set her on the couch and tell her to calm down, and I get down and talk quietly to her, and that usually calms her down. But yeah, I definitely want to work on more with speech. Like when I talk to her, she watches my mouth, and I love that. So, and like now when she does her puzzles, I'm sorry, this is a huge squirrel. I apologize.
That's okay.
When she does her puzzles, she does the big wooden puzzles, and she has a sea creature and a farmyard, and those are her two favorite. And they both have like 7 or 8 pieces, and the farmyard has the cow and the duck and the rooster and the donkey and the red barn. And so like when I give her those, we keep the pieces in a Ziploc baggie, and so I hand her the puzzle, and then I follow behind her with the baggie, and she gets up on the couch and sits down and put the puzzle on her lap, and she's ready to go. And I'll hand her a piece, and she puts her hand up like she's about to take it, but she looks up at me for me to tell her what it is and what sound it makes before she will take it out of my hand. Because, it's just been routine so much that when I give her a puzzle piece, that's what I do. I tell her either what color it is and what creature it is on the sea creature thing, or with the barnyard, I'll tell her the name of the animal and then what sound it makes. So I think that is really cool too, that like even when I hand her a cookie, she'll stop and put her hand up, but she won't take it from me until I say cookie, and she watches my mouth, so it's super cool. We've been trying a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm. Got to figure out what works.
Yep. Yeah, my daughter's tried that too, the fake cry, the real Gemini. She's done that when she sounds like a dolphin. Like the way that she cries, it's like like it's fake. You can tell it's fake cry.
Yeah.
And so my daughter would like start doing it back to her, and I was like, you guys sound like dolphins. And so then I started making dolphin sounds. So now when she does it, I make the dolphin sound.
Oh.
And it makes her stop though, because she's like,
Yeah.
what? Mimi's making that noise? Excuse me.
That's crazy. What is that?
Right. Yeah, she's on the spectrum, yes, but she's still at the terrible 2 stage. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that changes no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was just excited. She said open, and I got it on recording, and I'm going to send you the video, Tammy, so you can see it.
Cool.
Oh my goodness, it's so exciting.
Sweet.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Wolfie.
let's finish this one. We got like 6 minutes left.
And after you get done with this,
Okay.
I found the chase stuff. If you want to see the screenshots that I do have of his channel, I can pull that up before you go to the other video if you want. We don't have to.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they're going for the jugular.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
They did
Okay.
the same thing.
I've kind of
you gotta
been
be real
sensing a
careful.
smear campaign in the news, like the recent stuff, especially News Nation. I feel like they kind of have it out for you in Canvas.
Yeah, yes, they did. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, they're one of them.
Yeah.
And
How
they
about
come
with
out after
Ansley
crazy ass-
Daniels? You like her?
Ansley's, she's, yeah, but even her, you get in the hot seat and they start asking all these crazy questions and stuff. You don't quite know how to answer them.
Mm-hmm.
It gets awkward. It gets awkward real fast.
Mm-hmm.
And News Nation's the type that would ask questions like the YouTuber would. Like, here's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
What is it?
Okay. They might ask you, did you have anything to do with his daughter's disappearance? How the fuck are you supposed to answer that? Because
Honestly?
they expect you to say, oh yeah, I did it. What kind of question is that? No matter how you say no, it's like, dun dun dun.
Yeah.
It's the most pathetic question I've ever been,
For the
just goes to show that they're just after the drama and the dun dun dun.
mm-hmm.
Really?
the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
Like the wow factor of it, kind of the clout.
yeah.
Yeah. So you don't really feel comfortable even with the news outlets right now. That's bad. That's sad. Wow.
Ansley's always our local news station has always been really good. I still talk to Andrew every once in a while. But,
Have you thought about news sources not in the area then?
do what now?
How about different news sources, like maybe like, I don't know, 60 Minutes or something like that?
Well, and there again, they still have to go up to the drums because they got to keep people watching it. And it's
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's very heavily edited. Yeah.
So you become involved, putting yourself in situations that you go through with it because you're doing it because of your daughter or whatever, but you're paying a heavy price.
Right.
Just like us going on YouTube, we paid a very heavy price.
Yeah.
And it's our own fault. We look stupid. We've done stupid shit.
Do you feel that the Dr. Phil show went okay for you, though, and the behavioral panel went okay for you? Maybe you could talk to the behavioral panel again. They treated you well.
I've tried to get Candace to talk to him.
Oh,
but
still not
I've
comfortable.
done my interview with him.
Yeah.
We're the first case that they've had that they've all four agreed that we were innocent.
Really?
And then there was who was that other guy that played the pirate? What was his name? Oh gosh, he went to the divorce. Oh, what was his name? Oh my god,
I can't remember.
famous movie star. He put well, he
Courtney,
just
come
had
get
his
Coco. I think she's
divorce.
opened the door a little.
Yeah.
Sorry, my daughter's cat was trying to get outside.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, let's call it a night for now.
Yep.
You've done
All right,
good.
God
I
bless.
appreciate you asking the questions. Sorry, but I appreciate you always you answer whatever off the wall shit I ask you.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to you tomorrow. You calm down, and thanks
I'm
again.
not worried.
All
I'm
right.
not worried. I just
Oh,
want
he's not
people to
worried.
believe I'm some kind of an animal
Sure.
or
Mm-hmm.
bullshit. I
Yeah.
love my kids. I know my wife loves kids. And for these people to try to turn us into monsters is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit.
Right.
Anyways, I appreciate y'all. Good night, okay?
Yep. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Dawn.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. Well, again, sorry about some of it, but he had to get that out of his system. And again, I just let him do his thing. But is what it is. I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you, Dawn, for answering whatever, we bring to you, or answering the best you could, I guess. But thanks everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the, Maria for the super sticker, and Polycene for the super sticker as well. I appreciate that, you guys. And well, I'm always most hated anyways. Love y'all. Bye.
Cher's so funny.
I know.
Copycat Sunflower.
It went right to this video.
Wandering Hearts. Tammy's keeping count of the BS.
I did. I kept count.
You'll have to run through the final count. What was the final
What was
count
the
again?
final
40.
count? Let me
40
see.
something.
Let me count my
Seemed
Roman.
like double that, but
My Roman numerals. I got it going over here and stacks of 5. No, you're okay. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 31. The first half of the video. 31, yeah, 31. And 5, 10, 15, 21 the second half.
so 52. My goodness, it's a full deck of cards.
52 bullshits and 1 Don Wells. That's how that is.
Craziness.
Yeah. So I'll take this one down. Or I'll just remove it here for a minute so you can show the other one you want to show.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were, just talking about Brad, and I had those pictures pulled up so that I could share them in my timeline.
Yep.
And so I just have one page here of the Brad pictures.
Okay.
But so this is one picture that's on top, so it's easier to see. This was December 7th, 2021, and this is Brad here. 423 Chase.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That's what it looked like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries, Magic Star. No worries.
And then side chats are fun, Magic Star.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Okay. And then this stuff up here is Jackie Dobbs. This is actually a quote right here from Jody Sue on this screenshot, which this is from November 9th, 2021. And she said that red truck was a wreck just a few weeks ago before we moved out of Ben Hill. I found it, them way before daylight.
Oh.
So I wasn't for sure if she was talking about the red truck that's on the flyer, but if she is, they haven't updated the TBI website saying that they are not looking for it anymore. So there's that. But this is one of the other pictures of him here when BK was there.
Yeah.
And then the billboard is here. And this was October 28th, 2021. And that's Ainsley Daniels right there that he's talking to.
Yeah.
But that's the billboard, that very first one.
Mm-hmm.
Had her long hair and then the short hair picture on it.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know if you remember or not, but when BK was doing his thing, he had that's just a more clear picture of that one.
Yeah.
He had I don't know what you would call her. She was a moderator for him.
Yeah.
But she basically ran his chat. She ankle biter. I don't know how a guard dog, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's who she is, but that's what comes to mind to kind of sum up who she was. But her name was Lizzie B. Savage.
I think I remember that name.
Yeah. She didn't like me at all, whatsoever, at all. She used to call me to her. She used to summons me to her channel all the time. I owed her. Yeah, I ignored it. She would tag me all the time, trying to get me to come over there and answer to her. That was what I needed to do or something. I'm a grown woman.
Whatever crazy reason.
Yeah. But she used to call me out for exploiting Summer's case. And I'm like, you sit over there with BK. Shut the fuck up.
Right. Right.
So she made this post, and it was back on January 9th, 2022. And she was vouching for Chase at this time. Let me move this over here. And she's the one that shared the picture of the flyers. So it says, so this is the first truckload of these are the newspapers. I'm sorry. This is the first truckload of local newspapers that all have Summer's flyers inside. There's 12 more coming up. Okay. 12 more truckloads of newspapers with Summer's flyer in them, allegedly.
Yeah.
What has the self-proclaimed power couple done? The very ones who claim to have built up Summer's community, cause problems, attack and create victims, exploit, help contribute to the ruining of her case is all I've seen besides whatever deals going on behind the scenes in this dirty politics they play. Let me say this. Brad Wishen is not a YouTuber, and neither am I. So that means we don't understand or play your dirty creators she may not be a YouTuber, but she sure went live on the daily, tagging people, trying to call them out. I don't know who she was talking about there. But this is her standing up for Chase, for Brad, saying, he's the real deal. Oh, Tiffany Marie and AB, because she tagged him. Okay. Neither am I, so that means we don't understand or play your dirty creator games. This is about Summer Wells, not about you, Tiffany or AB. You need to stay out of the damn way, go back to the hell which you came from, and leave us to do things the right way.
Yeah, okay.
The right way. She doesn't like you either, Aussie. Do you exploit Summer's case too because you talk about Summer? Because
Mhm.
that's what I was exploiting her from. Oh, and I exploited Summer because I drew a picture of her and I put her on I put my drawing on a merch shirt thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I put on there that I donate my proceeds from my merch to, like, I make a donation to Midwest Equisearch or National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Like, every month I get a YouTube check, and they get a donation. So even if I don't sell merch, okay? So if I would sell merch, which I haven't, I've sold a little bit, but when I sell merch, a chunk of that goes to those things too. So not all of it, but the majority of it. And I made the drawing. It's not even a picture of Summer. It's my drawing of Summer.
Right. Yeah.
So, whatever. I'm not answering to anybody. But she went away after stuff happened with BK. But so here's all of these newspapers. This is just the first truckload. And every one of these newspapers allegedly had Summer's flyer in it. And this was Brad's doing. Like, Brad is the one who arranged this, made this happen, made this possible, whatever. And there were supposed to be 12 more truckloads just like this one. And I don't know where the flyer is because you can't see it in the newspaper.
Right.
So,
And we don't know if any of those ever got delivered.
right. We don't even know if the flyer's in there for real or if he just walked up to the back of the truck and took a picture.
Right.
This didn't prove shit. But, and then come find out he was a whole scammer and stole the billboard money. I don't really have a whole lot of trust in this whole picture here,
Right.
Right,
'Cause
Magic Star?
I guess she didn't come out and take up for him after that.
I don't know when. I don't remember when exactly she faded away because, like, I didn't watch her. I saw the tags where she would tag me. I watched a few of her live streams and I laughed. Like, I literally laughed because she's like calling me out, and she didn't even call me by name. She called me my channel name,
Right.
So she's like, and somebody run tell Spirit Seeker Squad to get over here. I'm waiting on her. I'm like, well, you waited all day long, right? Because
Yeah.
I never came because I'm just now seeing it. And it was like 3
Right.
days later, sorry, I know
Yeah.
it's not on your time schedule.
If I saw it,
Um,
I'm not coming.
Right, exactly. I don't owe you shit. If you don't like what I do, I don't care. Don't watch.
Right. Exactly.
I don't like what you do either. That's why I don't watch. See
That's
how that
right.
works?
Yeah. And it don't bother me because I don't watch you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I forget you exist until I see that you tagged me. So stop doing that.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
Jason, thank you so much.
Right.
But yeah, she was one of the very first people that I remember BK teaming up with. Like, he teamed up with some people that went low and went hard and went deep into
Yeah.
real life stuff. And
Yeah.
I don't think that Lizzie ever went real life. I could be wrong, but I don't think she did. I think she just tried to play like bodyguard or some shit on
Yeah.
YouTube or something.
And she didn't do very well at it.
No, she's over here protecting Brad Wishan.
Yeah.
Wishan, and he's a whole scammer. So,
Mm-hmm.
there's that. So, okay. That's all. That's all that I have of his channel. I don't have the date that he created his channel. I know it's in my timeline, but he had almost 5,000 subscribers. He had 22 videos. And he had one video left that was still public on his channel when I took the screenshots, and it was a video of, I think, a video of him answering to AB. and it was only a 9-minute video, and he was driving while he recorded it.
Oh,
And that's it. So unless I have more screenshots someplace else,
yeah.
that's all I have.
Okay.
But if anybody has any more than what I have and they want to share them with me, I can put
Yeah.
my email in the chat, and, you know, just saying.
Absolutely.
But that's all I got.
Okay. So this video is, like I said, it is nature lovers video. It's a very good video. It's only 50 minutes long. I don't know if we'll make it through it because we like to talk. But we're going to start it. It's very interesting. The stuff that is in this video. If you want me to stop it, let me know. I will stop it. If you don't understand something that she says, which is probably going to be a lot, just
Does it have
let me
captions
know.
on it?
Huh?
Does it, the video have, oh, it doesn't have captions.
Some parts of it might. I think some parts of it does and some parts of it doesn't.
Where they had it when she recorded it, but her video itself doesn't have it because you can see the CCs grayed out.
Yeah.
So, okay. So
There's part of it that I think it did have it on there because I was reading the caption, but not
Okay.
all of it does. Not all of it does.
Right. Okay. Yep. The Real Gemini, I have that clip.
Well, thank you, the Real Gemini. Thank you for smooching it.
Did you smooch it or did you make out with it?
We won't. We won't. So this is I think how I don't know who made this song. This is a song right here. I don't know if Nature Lover made, if this is her song or but this is a song and the words are up here. So you'll be able to follow along with the words to the song, but this is a song in the beginning.
It might be an AI song.
I think it is an AI song, but I don't know if it's her feelings about Jody Sue.
Right. Or if somebody else made it.
Yeah. But in my opinion, as far as me, I never believed Jody Sue Brown. That's just me from the beginning.
Right.
So here we go. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready?
Ready as we're gonna be, I think.
I used to believe her, but I don't anymore. She's changing her statements. She's not credible anymore. She told us some monsters that lived on Ben Hill. She said she was digging with all of her will to uncover the truth about what went down. She told us some monsters that lived all around. Now she's taking it back, deleting her truth. She decided to protect them and give up her youth. I used to believe her, but I don't anymore. She's changing her statements. She's not credible anymore.
I don't think she ever was credible.
So, right off the bat, as soon as the song is over and Jody Sue starts, the first words out of her mouth, I'm pretty sure. Let me look at my notes because I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? It's just like, yeah, first words out of her mouth. Yeah. Wait to hear what she says. I have never heard somebody say this before.
I'm
Ever in my whole entire life have I heard anybody say this. Ever.
bracing myself.
Right.
I give a fuck about the addiction. Like I've told you all my life is forfeit. I knew. Because of him and his bullshit again, my life will be forfeit.
What the hell does that mean?
My
My
what?
life would be forfeit. Like if you forfeit, like you forfeit the game, like you give up.
Right. That's usually because they don't show up or something, like they don't even try to win. Does she know the meaning of forfeit?
That's why I said right off the bat. Right off the bat. I'm like, what? Now, the real Gemini, this whole video isn't just her. So you will wake up. It's not all her.
My life would be forfeit.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I don't get it.
forfeit means to give up.
Right.
But you give up.
Well, and okay, so it also means you lose.
Right.
So
you're
is
gonna
that
lose your life? Is that what she's saying?
right? That's what I'm wondering, if maybe that's where she's going with that, and she really doesn't fully comprehend what forfeit means.
Right.
I don't know.
Do you want me to go back and let you hear it again, or will everybody fall asleep?
No, we can try to do it one more time because I'm gonna really watch the captions
Yeah.
closer this time.
Mm-hmm. Do I need? I hate to speed it up too much because it's not all about her. Like she's not the only one talking on here.
Right. Well, and you can change it as you go. Like if you need to slow it down or
I mean, I can. Let's see. So put it at, what do you think?
I would just do like 1.25.
Yeah.
Start there. Because honestly, listening to Jody Sue on a faster speed, for whatever reason, it's easier to understand her for me.
Okay. Okay, let's see if this helps.
Okay.
I give a fuck about the addiction. Like I've told you all my life is forfeit. I knew. Because of him and his bullshit again, my life will be forfeit.
Again.
Okay. Is she not saying forfeit? And
No,
it just sounds like forfeit?
No, that's what she said. That's what she's saying. That's why I was like right out the door. I'm Confucius already.
Right, me too. Because she said, the beginning part of it, she said, all my life. Hold on.
I don't give a F about the protection. Like I told y'all, my life is forfeit. So, what is she
Gotcha.
saying? She's going to talk. If she's quiet, she has protection, but if she talks, then she don't. She's saying she's going to die anyway, whether she talks or not. What's she saying?
Yeah, I don't know. She lost. I mean, like, I get baffled by the majority of what Jody Sue says,
Mm-hmm.
but like this one really got me. I'm I don't know. Like, I mean, the only thing that I can think of is she is using forfeit as the same as lose.
Right.
That's the only thing that
You
half-ass
forfeit,
makes
you
sense.
lose, but you choose that.
Right.
But she could be saying it like, I mean, like she's really expanding on it. So she could be saying, if I lose my protection, I lose my life. So I don't care if I talk. I know if I talk, I'm not going to have protection and I'm going to lose my life. Why don't she just say that? Why she got to do the wordplay?
I don't know. I mean,
No.
because like she could be saying she gives up, because forfeit, you give up. You don't even try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because she's saying, I don't give a F about the protection, which means why are you being protected?
Right.
Why is somebody protecting you? What are they protecting you from? That you would need protection.
Well, and who's protecting her?
Right. So
Okay,
if you,
so I just Googled the definition of forfeit,
yeah,
and it says lose or be deprived of property or a right or a privilege as a penalty for wrongdoing.
okay, well now we know that she was kicked off the property.
Yeah, but I mean, like right here, she's saying all my life is forfeit.
Yeah, all my life. Yeah, that means, yeah.
That's what makes me think. Okay, and then it says that is as a verb. As a noun, it says a fine or penalty for wrongdoing or for a breach of the rules in a club or game. Like you break the rules, you forfeit the game automatically, you lose automatically. Then the adjective is lost or surrendered as a penalty for wrongdoing or neglect. And the example is the lands which he had acquired or automatically forfeited.
So what wrongdoing did she do?
I don't know. I don't think she knows what she's taught. I don't think she understands the word forfeit. Or she's saying something different and the captions picked it up as forfeit and now we hear it as forfeit because that's what the caption said.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's just weird. Like I said, I have never ever in my whole entire life heard anybody say that before.
Yeah. I haven't, because it doesn't make sense.
No.
Like right, for wrongdoing, or
Yeah.
she's just saying that her life, she's just given up on her life. Like, what? I
Yeah.
don't think it's that, because like she allegedly, like, didn't she fight cancer?
I don't know that part.
I'm pretty sure that she did, and that's why she was living in the camper, because she had to go through radiation and she couldn't be around the family during the radiation treatments.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that that's what I remember. Like when she first started doing her channel, I think that's when I listened a little bit, but I can't follow along. Like it literally sounds like the Charlie Brown teacher. That's all
Uh-huh.
I hear, is won't, 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 won't,
Yeah,
won't. So
I agree,
I just,
Gemini. She could just be high. Could be just high. Yeah.
yeah, that,
Eve, we're not gonna. She's not on the whole video, but she is on a good bit of it. She's high as a giraffe.
well, there's that,
That's pretty damn high.
right?
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Like I told you, my life is forfeit.
No, that's what she's saying.
I knew. Because of him and his bullshit again, my life will be forfeit.
No, that's what she's
Again.
saying.
I told you I was here down by myself. Then she told me she was afraid of me talking with Andy, and I told her, fine, I won't try to get hold of Andy because she said it would get somebody murdered or killed. I was like, no problem. I won't try to contact him. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to you guys if I did not mention the weird, odd behavior of Jody Sue while I was there. She kept messaging me, kind of like it seemed like she was trying to figure out who I was talking to.
So this is the dynamics of Jody Sue and Ziggy. And Jody Sue is telling Ziggy what to do
And that's scary all on its own.
and who she can talk to and who she can't.
And, as much shit as people have given Ziggy did come on YouTube as a people pleaser.
Yeah.
So, she tried to make everybody happy. She tried to stand up for herself straight out the gate. BK went at her and she, had a hard fight with him and Tiffany Marie and, but she also came on with some bullshit, sharing that fake CPS stuff and, but she did try to be fair. She tried to allow everybody to come on our panel and everybody to have, their own opinions. And, that's what drew me to her. That's why I ended up being one of her very first moderators.
And she did for a while, was like really good at letting people up and trying to be neutral and everything, but it just kind of went downhill.
Yeah, because she didn't have control over things. Like she would let people go too far and it would just get ugly, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then people started hating on her. And then once people start lying about you, it's hard to correct those lies. And when it spreads from creator to creator and then you get the attacks and, that, it's just all downhill from there. And it sucks. And nobody should have to go through that.
It's real Gemini.
Whoa, buddy.
Yeah, that's true.
And she would also tell me when she saw that this is what I get from it. When she saw that it worked, that I wasn't going to talk to Andy, she then proceeds to tell me talking to people on Ben Hill Road is going to get somebody murdered or killed.
Between her and Bill, and because they think.
Now, what do you think about that?
I think that she tested that to the fullest extent that she possibly could and married somebody from Ben Hill. Like, what?
Yeah, but I mean, like, why can't you talk to anybody on Ben Hill? If nobody has anything to do with Summer disappearance, why can't you? I mean, that's like saying you can't go in Chris Proudfoot's neighborhood and talk to anybody in there either.
Well, I think because of all of the illegal activities that were happening on Ben Hill before Summer vanished, maybe, I mean, Jody Sue always takes things to the extreme, in my opinion, like she feels it very strongly, and from what I've seen. And so,
good night, Magic Star. Thank you for coming.
Good night, my favorite star, sweetest dreams. So maybe that's what she meant, if you talk to these criminals, you're going to get somebody hurt because they're all criminals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Ziggy went and married one.
And moved on the hill, right? Does
She said, "I
live-
can't." No, they live in Indiana. He moved with
Okay.
Ziggy. She said, "Tell me I can't do something and watch me blow right past your boundaries."
Right. Not only will I talk to him, but I'll marry him. How about that?
Right. I'll make a little family with one of them. Now what?
That's right. Just watch me go.
That's right.
because of Ziggy's involvement, which I really thought they were hunting PG. And I told them that they thought Ziggy was PG, and I was like, nope, Ziggy is putting this person in danger. And least the recordings I hold not long ago. I'm telling you right now, Ziggy has put this person's life in danger.
And we still don't know who they're talking about. Who is this person
Yeah, I have no idea.
that they've put in danger? Is it Andy?
No, because she said Andy's name.
So is it Dawn? She wouldn't be going to bat for him.
No. I wonder if it was Ziggy's. I wonder if it was Fred's ex-girlfriend, Laura.
Could have been.
Even before y'all ever met them tonight. That's put them in extreme danger because there's been word getting out that Ziggy's been talking to this person. This right here is too much. And Ziggy is likely to get this person fucking killed.
Ask you a question.
You ain't got no
What are
question.
you doing on the bottom property down there in the creek when summer come up?
Now this is Dawn. I didn't know this was out there. This is Dawn, and I guess they're on a call or YouTube or whatever. And he is openly accusing Jody Sue of taking Summer. So
He's accused everybody of taking Summer, but
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never even heard of this channel. Sizzles. Oh wait,
I've-
Sizzle was one of BK's girls too.
mhm.
But isn't that PG's picture up there in the top left?
It's so blurry. No, starts with it's PG, but it says something else. Starts with an A. And I think the one at the top says Dorothy Wells. But it's so blurry. But listen to the words that Don says. This is Jody Sue right here.
At the bottom.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that says Dorothy Wells on it.
Okay.
But if you know PG's voice, I'm pretty sure it's her voice.
Right.
You did. I think you got Summer. Matter of fact, what'd you do with Summer, Jody Sue?
Right, with what car that
No,
day?
you fucking
What car did your dad drive? Okay, she don't know. Never mind. She don't know. Okay.
you done something.
What motive?
Fucking be real.
Dude,
Tell the fucking truth, bitch.
right. I don't
You
have
had
your
something
daughter.
to do with it. You and your fucking
daughter.
friend and all
Right,
the
my
men
hillbilly
you hang
friend.
out with and shit.
My
You
hillbilly
had something to do with her disappearance because you was
Hey,
jealous.
So I don't know whose channel that was on, but they were getting it.
Yeah, and I've never even seen that channel. I mean, I know that Sizzle was one of BK's girls for a while. I'm pretty sure that was Penny. They called her Fizzle. Fizzle, I think, for a while. But Penny started out with Scott H. Like Penny and Scott H. And who else was on Penny's channel? Penny had a channel and it was her and Scott, because that was back when they did the fundraiser and stuff too. But that's the only like sizzle that I can think of. I've never seen that background that I recall though, and I've never heard that conversation.
Yeah, no, me either. I was kind of like, what? That's why I said this was a really good video that she had put together.
Who is the guy on there? The big guy? He's a what? Oh, so
And I don't know who these voices are.
The female is Ziggy.
Well, I thought that's who it was, but I wasn't totally sure. And I guess she's saying she's seen an FBI agent.
Well, there was okay. So, the Real Gemini. This is Nature Lover's video that she made, but she clipped from different channels. So that's what we were talking about. It said credit was Sizzle on the last clip, but I think it sounds like she might be talking to Fred. Because she always talked to Fred on the phone and would record her phone calls. Like she had the app that recorded every call that she had. And
Yeah.
so like that's how she would get like all of his jail calls and stuff. Everything was recorded.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But the whole fake Fed thing, there was a fake Fed. Like there was somebody who, so Jody Sue claimed that this is so fuzzy. Okay, this is going to be my clearest wrong explanation that I can think of. She said that there was people following her. Like she had people that were stalking her. And this was back when Brad was around, and she reached out to Brad for help, and people helped her, and people paid for a hotel room, and they used like 4 different vehicles to drive her across town to get her to a hotel to lose the person that was chasing her or following her or some shit. And at one point they had met up, and there was a fake Fed that was there. And I'm pretty sure that it was Jody Sue who said that she knew that the Fed was fake because her shoes didn't fit. Like the shoes that she had on were like way too big or way too small or something. And, but then they were trying to say that Jody Sue scammed people out of money. But I think the money went to Brad, and Brad was the one that paid for the room, or one of the girls that was helping Jody Sue get to the room paid for the room or something. It was a whole kerfuffle. Okay. Like it was a whole like upside down kerfuffle.
Nice.
Inside out, upside
Okay.
down, backwards, like the whole kerfuffle.
So it really wasn't an agent in the end.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what she's talking about there, though. A Fed agent and witness protection, and no, none of that was real. They thought it was real. People thought that it was the FBI agent was real at first,
Right.
but
They found out it wasn't.
right.
that's why he acted like he didn't know anything, right? And he said he doesn't live around here, is what he said.
Well, that's his brother. He just got tested.
Oh.
Quite true.
So he's a
See that ugly. It really just give him really.
they acted like he didn't know what.
He tried to he felt like dog. I don't know shit and stuff.
Well, I think I could tell that the brother. Well, I spoke to the big guy. I think it's a brother-in-law, so maybe that's why he said he didn't know you were. You know.
FBI went up there about 9 o'clock at night. They take them to the water dogs.
Fred Hill said, Fred Hill said.
Now, the waterfalls comes up later on in here too, because I remember Cotton,
Mm-hmm.
but not like a big part of it because he wasn't in there very long.
Right.
I didn't realize, and I won't give it away because it's in here, but I didn't realize that he had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
Jody Sue will tell you why he passed away.
Yeah, there were a lot of different conspiracy theories about that whole situation. And that was Fred that Ziggy was talking to. That was when she was in Tennessee and she was at Fred Hill's house.
Okay.
And she was having a conversation with him and she was recording it. So she just said, or he just said, that the FBI went to Don's house at 9 o'clock at night and took him to the waterfalls.
Right. Right.
So that would be a different FBI agent. That's not the fake agent.
That's not the fake. Okay.
Like if the FBI really went to Don's house and they really, said, hey, let's go here, like that would be the real people.
Or stalking her from the trees. These people got some strong dope. Yeah, nobody's going to be stalking Marlena, are they? I mean, come on.
Usually people say, I want whatever they're smoking because it must be really good shit.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to say I don't want anywhere near
Mm-mm.
what they're smoking. I don't want any of it. Okay, you keep it way over there because I don't need any of that.
Because, Cotton tried to say that Summer was at the waterfall. So that's why they took Dawn to the waterfall. But there's only a couple of waterfalls around Summer, like around that area. According to Marlena, there's a waterfall. But then you'll hear right here, Dawn's basically telling her, okay, you're not describing a waterfall, you're describing water going through rocks. But he doesn't say it that way. But listen to how she describes. First she said there's a waterfall, and then she backtracks a little and describes it. So listen to how, I think it's in this one. Listen to how she describes a waterfall.
Okay, hold on. Let me clear this up real quick. The Real Gemini. This is Dawn B on the screen now. This is a new clip.
Yeah.
The clip we just listened to was Ziggy at Fred's house.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different clips that Nature Lover has put together.
Right. So we're getting ready to...
Of different neighbors in the neighborhood around where Summer lived, and it's called Monsters.
So that's why it now says credit to Prayer Garden of America, because this is now a new clip on her channel. And that is Don B, who has his own channel on panel with PG.
So she's giving credit to everybody that she took clips from.
Right. But the last male voice that we heard say that the FBI went to Dawn's house at 9 o'clock at night, that was Fred Hill saying that information.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bunch of little clips, like she said. So talking about the different neighbors and different things that they said.
Because there's no waterfall back up there anywhere around or behind his home. He says that there's a rock up there with a little trickle of water that runs down it sometimes. But Marlena says, yes, there is a waterfall up there.
There's a teepee and a waterfall up there.
I looked on Google Maps. I mean, not unless it's just like a real faint waterfall. I never did see one.
It's not like a big one that's going to catch somebody's attention. You have to like really look. You know what I mean? It's not like, yeah, it's like a spring up there. Yeah. It's not like a, when you say waterfall, it's kind of like, everybody gets to imagine of it gushing or whatever.
Not like what's up there at the park.
No, not like right there going at the.
Okay, Marlena, that's not a waterfall. A waterfall is going to catch your attention.
Right.
Sorry. There. So what you catch is a little stream. What you see, Marlene, is a trickle.
And she knows better. She lives in Tennessee. Okay, yeah. She knows better. So she's bullshitting.
Waterfalls are big. They get your attention. If it's a waterfall, it ain't little.
Right.
I mean, there are little waterfalls. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, Don B just said, I didn't see one and I was just up there.
Right. He's like, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, woman, because
Yeah.
she's bullshitting, because she's
Yeah.
lying.
Yeah.
The mountain. Not like going up the mountain either right there. That's a waterfall too. I'm talking about
Yeah.
it's
Because I think
yeah.
everybody assumes that, when you say waterfall, you're thinking, the waterfall at Laurel Run Park.
Yes, I've hiked it
That's
plenty
what
of times.
everybody thinks, you know what I mean?
What I've run into, like that time I went riding my dirt bike with a friend back in Ben.
Listen to this. This is very, very interesting.
The road, we both took off and we drove way back up in there past the last house, and you can go way up on the shoulder of that mountain and actually cross over. And we run into Fred up there, and he didn't want us on that property and this and that, but it wasn't his property.
Where that spring, that little spring or whatever it is it in a beautiful place? Is it in like a big field or? Yeah. I just, Don mentioned that Summer was in a very beautiful place. I just wondered if that was a beautiful place. That's why I'm asking.
I mean, it is pretty up there, yes. Because once you get up there, you can see the whole mountain
and also
the valley and everything underneath it.
So if you come out Ben Hill Road, okay, let me start with the scent dog. They smelled her clothes. We watched. Well, me and Candace sit here and watched the whole thing happen. So they took some of her fresh clothes out of the dirty laundry. The dog smelled it. They took them to the basement door. The dog went straight down the dog trail to Ben Hill Road down there. And the dog circled when it got down there and lost the scent. To me, meaning that she was thrown in a car and driven out of here.
Now, that's the only honest thing he has said.
Yeah, and he's basing that assumption on one dog.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They had multiple dogs searching that property.
Mm-hmm.
And one dog went down the hill.
Yeah. The dog trail.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Oh, I bet, Eve.
Oh, yeah.
The one at Laurel Run is beautiful. The one that we saw the video and pictures of Summer there.
Mm-hmm.
That one was beautiful. I think it's super cool when you can get on a level and be underneath or behind the waterfall. Like
Yeah.
I would love to be able to see something like that or, experience that.
Yeah. So if Don B said he didn't see one when he was up there, odds are it's one of those small stream-like little waterfalls. It's not big and huge.
Right. Now, here's my question, though. What the heck is Dawn talking about way up on the hill?
Yeah.
Running into Fred Hill up there.
Uh-huh. On a dirt bike.
Right. That's a little weird. And Fred didn't want you up there?
And it's not Fred's property.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Were you meeting Fred up there? And that was just a story you went with?
I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Andy's property. That's whose property I think it is.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Because if you listen to Don in the next clip, you can see his house from up there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And I never knew Don made these, talked to these people, so.
Oh, I did. I just did. It was beyond the drama boundary that I had at that point, and so I didn't watch them.
Yeah.
I had had too much of the Wells drama by that point. So
yeah.
When PG made her own channel, I was already done. Like I was done.
Yeah.
I was checked out of the drama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the footprints, okay, if you go out on Ben Hill Road and you go west, so you go past our property all the way to the end and you get down a little ways west up this way, there's a dirt road. I can't remember the name of the road, but you turn left into that and you'll see a bunch of no trespassing signs and all that. You follow the dirt road and it takes you all the way up on top of that hill up there, which overlooks our property. When you're up there, you can look down on our property and see our house. You're looking down on our house, and we live on a hill, so it's pretty high hill. There's an unfinished cabin up there. This is the way TBI explained it to me. There's an unfinished cabin up there, and it rained like 2 or 3 days before Summer come up missing. So they found a footprint around an unfinished cabin, and I went up there and I looked everywhere, and I don't know what they're talking about, an unfinished cabin. I found a trailer. I found 2 trailers, and the other property I was kind of scared to go up around, but I looked everywhere, and I asked them if I could see the casting, but they wouldn't never let me see the cast that they.
So they wouldn't let him see the casting of the footprint they took. Law enforcement usually keeps you up on that kind of stuff. So I wonder if he asked them at all. Because normally law enforcement will, keep the family, maybe not the public, but they keep the family up on what they found, the evidence they found and stuff. But he's saying here that they will not let him see it.
I think the only way that they wouldn't let him see it or keep him in the know about something that big is if, 1, like you said, he didn't ask, or 2, they suspect his involvement or Candace's involvement.
Yeah, that was my other thing. They're not going to show them the evidence they have if they suspect them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Made, but so they found a set of footprints there. Okay, the dog hit on that footprint there. Okay, and then if you come back down out of that hill and you come back down towards Beach Creek, they found footprints there. And that's the only 2 sets of footprints that I'm aware of.
On the highway, he hadn't checked that property till that day. Why did he check that property that day? Hadn't been there in a year. What made him look to check that property that day? Right around the time she was missing.
Unfinished cabin, would that be Rachel? The only unfinished cabin we know about thus far is the one of Jody's. Allegedly, down towards Beach Creek somewhere else, where there was an unfinished cabin that allegedly Don said the TBI told him footprints outside of. Okay, those prints. Now, that leads me to believe, because the property owner, Josh Phillips, down here at this corner one near Beach Creek, says they don't know which ones were left first. Yeah. These over here or these here. This leads me to believe that these were first up here. Then come down, follow it around Beach Creek. Look, now this is Fields Road. Mount Carmel's here. Fields Road is right across the road, right? Beach Creek runs right down to where that picture was taken, where the agents were searching on Fields Road.
What I was going to talk about. Go ahead. You're on the same wavelength. Go on.
All right. So Beach Creek runs right here. They take that picture right here. Who other than Andy Bernard and Jody Sue lived right here in this property, right in the direction they travel. And where did Jody Sue and Andy first go look for Dobbs? Fields Road, right here, that property. So there is something to following that creek line. The first place she goes is that creek, and the main thing she talks about before it's ever even questioned about tracks or prints is she was looking for tracks.
Said that, okay, so that area over off of Fields Road, Fields and Bells Road, where that other property is of the Bernards, like, or Andy, whatever. Because they have another property. The Bernards own another property over on Fields Road that's actually been searched. And it's been focused on very heavily by law enforcement. I've heard that confirmed by a lot of people, that that's a definite area of interest for some reason. Well, according to Fred, cops, the law enforcement he said law enforcement found a shallow grave, but they claimed that she had been moved. Point claim. Over on Andy's, that other property, they said that they found what looked like was a freshly dug grave area, and nothing was there. It looked like she had been moved.
Oh, well, I'm sure the family.
So, did you understand what they said? Yeah, the footprints were not together. Yeah. Hi, Opal. To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the great accomplishment. Thank you for that, Opal. Welcome. Yeah, they were separate footprints, Eve. Like one was in one, like they wasn't a pair, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and I don't know about those footprints because we never heard law enforcement say that they found
No.
anything like that.
No.
So that was all rumor, word of mouth.
Mm.
And hello, beautiful Opal. Yeah, so I did catch all of that. And what I heard was, according to Fred, and then Dawn's own story. So, yeah.
Yeah. So Andy or Jody Sue said look for tracks before supposedly the tracks were found. But if you notice, Don said TBI. He didn't say like the local sheriff. He said TBI told him. But he went up there and he didn't see the tracks or the cabin. Well, it's got to be, if there's a cabin up there and TBI saw it, it's still there, I'm sure.
Right.
So, but then he says there's a property he didn't want to go on. He was kind of scared to go on.
Which I find that hard to believe.
Right. Right. So that's odd. But this right here, this right here with Jody Sue, she is not happy with the searchers. So much so that they get threatened.
I think I remember this. I think this was one of the ones that I watched because it was when EquiSearch was down there, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who else does that sound like that they got threatened? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Proudfoot. And Opal, we
Jody Sue for me.
We will do our best.
That's right.
But
we slowed her down or sped her up. What did we do?
We sped her up.
Sped her up.
Yeah, it seems like it's easier to understand her on just a little bit faster speed.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have her on 1.25. And the captions are on some of the, or I don't know, they're not normal captions, I don't think.
No.
So Nature Lover might have added them.
She may have, yeah. Because they're kind of big.
Yeah.
And in different places.
Right.
So, Opal, this is Nature Lover's video she made. And it's different clips from different channels of the different neighbors and the neighborhoods that are in the neighborhood with the different neighbors around Summer. So Jody Susan here, they talk about Andy, Fred Hill, and a couple of others in here, but it's different clips from different channels. So you'll see different credits come up in there for different channels. But I got this from Nature Lover. So I'm giving credit to her for this video because it's hers.
Right. The whole cast. And yeah, in the very beginning, the first thing
it's okay. She is forfeit.
was that her life was forfeit. And we couldn't understand. Like, I Googled the definition of forfeit because I thought maybe we're thinking of a different definition than what she's thinking of.
Right.
We still couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. Yep. That's the best way to put it, Opal. The whole cast of Ben Hill. That is what you're going to hear about. Yeah. Yeah. But Nature's Lover did a really great job.
The hills have eyes for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading something. I can't read and think at the same time. She really did a good job. When I went and looked at it, I was like, wow, she just kind of broke it down and gave me a little bit of each one of them. And a few that I wasn't expecting. when I started watching this. So listen to Jody Sue here. She's really good with threats. No wonder she talks about forfeit. Talking like this, she might be forfeited.
Right?
See, Jody Sue gets upset when there's people who want to search. Mm-hmm.
We'll find out what it's up to again on properties that don't belong to it. Yep, I'm sure it'll go well. Here they weren't too pleased last time. But it's once again having people there. They did not approve of last time, etc. Yep, and places that don't belong to it. And if it was
her lips don't match what she's saying, so don't look at them. I tried.
She's like, yeah, it's like watching one of those Chinese movies with
It is.
English captions on it.
It is. It is. Who is she protecting that may have something hidden on Bernard properties? Good question.
was a smart motherfucker and had a brain at all of its own ever and wouldn't with fucking fired its goddamn gasoline, it'd stop. It would have stopped a long time ago and known what kind of fucking danger it's in. And goofballs like Ryan finds truth and knows others like anybody being down on properties and anybody letting these motherfuckers touch their goddamn properties or search them, you gotta be a special kind of stupid. All kinds of other shit, however, he is trying to get access to certain places, property, but Ryan and Jen are fucked. And seeking and finding truth my ass, right? He's come into contact with our abuser and talked to him and was in his chat and all that crap and, wants another golden ticket to the property over there.
It's recorded and documented that fucking bitch abused myself and my children. They were actually charged for that, so carry on.
So why get so hostile about somebody searching if there's nothing there you don't want somebody to see? You obviously are worried about what they're going to find on your property. Or Andy's property, I guess, because it's his family's property.
She was very possessive of the property. So I remember when, Summer first vanished and that everybody went to to Jody Sue's Facebook page. And the first videos that our introduction to Jody Sue Brown was her out there trying to do her own survey of the property that she lived on.
Oh, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
to try to keep Jackie Dobbs from buying the piece of property that he bought.
I remember that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So why is she so possessive over that property?
Mm-hmm.
Because she was before Summer went missing. So that's why I think I don't look at it as a big deal. Because she's always been this way. It wasn't something that was new after Summer vanished.
Right.
It was something that, it's just been continuous. Hi, Wood Fairy.
Oh, hi, Wood Fairy. Thank you for coming in. Let's see.
Well, she did search for Summer a little bit when she walked through the creek, being careful not to leave her scent behind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But she better not go on nobody else's property.
Right. Because she'll be forced in her life.
Ryan's wife playing in it with a stick. Insert Jody Sue. Oh, imagine that.
I mean, we all know statistics. In one way, I hope like hell she's not chained in somebody's damn basement somewhere.
They're
not going to find Summer.
See, listen what she says here.
Some of us have a voice, and we use it even if at the end of the day they tear us apart. Trish,
okay, wait, rewind that.
Way they're going to find Summer. There might be a way that they tear us apart. Some of us have. In one way, I hope like hell she's not chained in somebody's damn basement somewhere. They're not going to find Summer, but some of us have a voice, and we use it even if at the end of the day they
Terrace Park. Trish, yeah, there's no way they're going to find Summer. There might be a way that they plant more bullshit evidence.
To the extreme. I hadn't even seen out there yelling equal search to kill him. Acted crazy one last days they were there. Bringing our kid, knowing Summer disappearing has traumatized her badly. And one of the last things he did to her, my daughter, was scream at her about how Summer's body was here and there and decomposing in extreme detail and all kind of stuff, whatever. To the point she's just in tears, you know.
And also, Cotton kept talking about Summer being.
Now, really?
Okay, according to Andy, he had a dream that he saw Summer's remains.
Okay.
But he never talked about yelling at his daughter about it.
And traumatizing her?
Right, to the point that she cried?
Yeah.
That's the only time I think I've ever even heard that part.
Mm-hmm.
I've always just heard that the rumor was that Andy claimed that he saw Summer's remains, but they left out the part that it was a dream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, this is where they talk about Cotton, I believe.
And at a waterfall. That's why I wanted to know.
Maybe that's why he was lowered down there to that waterfall at Laurel Run, and that's why he got killed down there, because he kept saying that. Waterfall and stuff that he's telling about the waterfall, like the only waterfalls that's around there is the one that's going up the mountain towards Cottons and the one at Laurel Run. So he was talking about a waterfall and all that, and it's because that's where the place was pretty and all that.
More beautiful. And it was just, the dream was like heaven.
You hear what she said?
Yeah.
That's why Cotton was killed. That's Merlina.
But what was the reason?
Because he said Summer was at the waterfall. I'll rewind it so you can hear her say it again.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
and also Cotton kept talking about Summer being at a waterfall. That's why I wanted to know.
Maybe that's why he was lowered down there to that waterfall at Laurel Run, and that's why he got killed down there, because he kept saying that. Waterfall and stuff that he's telling about the waterfall, like the only waterfalls that's around there is the one that's going up the mountain towards Cottons and the one at Laurel Run. So he was talking about a waterfall and all that, and it's because that's where the place was pretty and all that.
More beautiful. And it was just, the dream was.
So see?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that, so I don't think that, so there's conspiracy theories about Cotton's death, but what I remember hearing was that he had just been rescued from a slip and fall somewhere out in Mother Nature, because he was a hiker. He loved going out and hiking and, you know, all of that.
Okay.
So
good night, Opal. Thank you for coming in.
Good night, Opal. Sweet dreams. He had gotten stuck somewhere and they had to come out and get him. Gotcha. Well, within a month he was back out, you know, doing his thing, and slipped and fell. Yeah. And that time he ended up losing his life. So when I heard it, I was like, okay, well, that makes sense, right? But I could see how there could be conspiracy theories, you know, if he was involved in drugs or, you know, like whatever, like I could see them trying to make his death look like an accident because of what had just happened recently.
Right.
So, but I didn't dig into it enough to even get intuition about it, you know, like I just didn't.
A raging inferno? Oh no, like a forest fire or something? Or a house fire? Or
I don't remember what it was. I think it was out in the like nature thing. Let me see if I can. What was his last name?
I don't know.
Goodness.
I'll play this while you're looking.
Okay, somebody tell me his last name, please.
There was a big fire. Wood Fairy said there was a big fire.
And also, I want to say too, it says credit to Miss Christine 5555555. Miss Christine right now needs the prayers. If you're the praying type, pray for that woman. She is going through really bad cancer right now. She was diagnosed sometime last year with breast cancer, and I think that she was going through treatment, and now it's like intensified in multiple different places. So now it's really bad. And she's young. She has young children. She's married. So if you pray, put her in your prayers, please. Right. I remember it was on the news. I'm going to try to Google it, but I can't remember what his last name was. Simpson. Thank you. I knew somebody would be smarter than me. Okay. You can play, and I'll see if I can find the deets here.
Like heaven, I guess you could say. And I said, Summer, where were you? And she says, down the road. You know, and it was just like a perfect, beautiful dream. You know, that I can't explain. I haven't had no other dream since whatsoever.
You know, these holes, these ties that bind.
Okay, this is where Jody Sue's a poet and she doesn't know it. And then she just says a curse word and then goes back to being a poet.
Okay.
So
these roots that touch deep. The way that some nights you can walk the mountains. And the streams that come from the top of you, you could swear running backwards because the way the moonlight's hitting the water as it trickles down. You could swear the water's running up. And sometimes at the bottoms, in the mountains, the hills, the hollows, you find some of the dirtiest water you've ever seen. Not even fit for a dirty cow ass to wallow in. And you wonder how something so clear at the top where the elders stand in the pines can be so dirty by the time it reaches the bottom. I think even the elders wonder that. Some like, I knew then, not you. You weren't important enough. You never will be. You aren't that special. You aren't scary like they are or were. You never will be. Not in my world. You also have no idea what the directions. Long past, voices long buried, were to those years and years ago. You're a pussy.
Well, isn't she beautiful?
I can't. I don't know what else to do. What?
Seclusion. That sounds like a good idea. I think I need to listen from under my blankie too. Okay.
I'm kind of scared to walk back in the house after listening to this.
And you know what? Right now, it's the witching hour for me. Okay, it's 3:07 a.m.
Yeah, I mean,
holy moly!
Right.
Anyway.
Is anybody else just like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Mm-mm-mm.
I cow ass won't waller in it. I'm like, what? Okay.
So classy. So classy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Your elders would be fucking ashamed. And they wouldn't be flip-flopping sunflowers in public. Not from any hollow. Stay in the darkness where it belongs when it was time. Chicken shit.
There you go.
She's talking about cows' asses and chicken and shit.
Yep.
I think she just tried to put a curse on us too, Opal. I think that was a Ben Hill curse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I started watching this and I was like, what the? Yeah. And there is a person she talks to, and she calls them copycat sunflower. Yeah, let's carry on.
Okay.
You know, the thing is, you showed fear already. You showed fear already. And I can smell it. I watched it. I watched you think about having a set of balls for about 10 seconds. And then your fear take over. You reek of it. You reek of it. Or maybe you reek of regret. All I'm going to tell you tonight is this. Maybe they should have passed a few stories along to you. A few stories of their tools. Codes. Heart with courage. Strength instead of cowardice. Violence only when necessary. And maybe they should have left you the stories of their directives to others far in the past. Because even you, copycat sunflower,
Okay.
What's she got in her cup?
I don't know, but she should stop sipping so much. Got my Holywood over here.
Right.
I lit it.
Yeah, you're right. Gets out some sage, Opal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not water. And I don't know who copycat sunflower is, but they better watch out.
Well, and she always gives people the weirdest nicknames.
I know.
Like, quit being a punk and just say their damn name.
Yeah. She's telling people to grow a set of balls, and she ain't even got any.
Right. Chicken shit. Talk about chicken shit.
That's right. And somebody's walking around in front of her and behind her.
Is that what that noise was? I wasn't for sure if that was you moving around with the cats or if it was her background.
That's her background noise. And I swear I hear somebody snickering when she's talking.
I think her daughter stays in there with her, if I'm not mistaken. If her daughter doesn't stay with her, then I don't know where her daughter would stay.
curse is gone, Seclusion said.
Woo woo. Thank you.
Listen, see if you, because you can see shadows walking behind her. So watch it. See if you see it again.
You don't seem to understand. You know your own history, theirs, codes, clueless, doing things all wrong. Maybe did already.
Uh-huh.
Not me.
Names of who, why. You're gonna have to do better than that. I can't tell you from one joke. I really can't. Can't tell you apart from one joke around here to the next. And because of your chicken shit, I'm gonna hazard the bet you're a full-on fucking joke either way. Eureka fear. Let's speak of elders. A little strange.
Who?
Somebody strange? Really?
Right. Who are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Who?
Like, you're sitting here calling people chicken shit, but you can't even say their name, so we know who you're talking about.
Yeah, who is she talking to? I doubt it's a sunflower.
I can't even think of a screen name that is a sunflower name. You know, like, I know that there was Beautiful Sunflower, but I don't remember if that's from Sebastian's case or if it's from Summer's case. You know, like, if she was around during Summer's. I think she might have been around during Summer's case. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
She's the one that calls people the mayor and shit. So, you know. So I found a Reddit post about Cotton a little bit. And it says Fred Hill on a YouTuber's channel said that law enforcement found Summer's scent on his property. Fred also said a guy named Cotton Simpson took Summer's body and put it in Laurel Run Park. Cotton died in February, and Fred didn't tell law enforcement until he was arrested in June. So he waited 5 months before he told law enforcement, oh, well, you know, Cotton's the one that took Summer's body and put it in Laurel Run Park. Now he says law enforcement won't look for her in that park. And then it says a hunter came out and talked on his dad's channel a few days ago, and it was a disaster. Oh. And then somebody commented and said Fred also said he doesn't use drugs.
Right. Sure.
Yeah. And then this one says, right, and look at him now. Ziggy isn't helping him. She's digging him into a bigger hole. She's been asking for money for Fred and just said a few days ago that he doesn't get any of that money. However, when he gets out of jail, they will cut him a check. So, it says that there's more replies. But that's where Cotton Simpson came from. That's what I've heard. Was I remember Fred talking to Ziggy about Cotton Simpson, and yeah, he died, but Fred had told people that Cotton admitted to putting Summer on Laurel Run Park. But he didn't say anything until he got arrested.
Yeah. Which is too late now because Cotton's gone.
Right. So now I want to find the news article, but now it's making a little bit more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to listen to a few more minutes of this. I want to try to finish her, whatever this is.
Okay.
So I guess when or if you decide not to show any fear, you let me know. But as of right now, I'm gonna bank on you being a whole ass joke. Another game. Stupid shit. Ain't worth playing with. Too much fear in me erasing. I mean, you could not do that. With more detail that I could take seriously, you let me know. Until then, I give 0 fucks. And I won't be asking anybody anything. Not Dave Radar, not Candace, and not the rest. And I really don't give a fuck about your business.
Shit's getting real dangerous, real quick. Has been for a while. Fred has people along with this one here doing certain things around us right now and planning. I wish you would listen to my words more. They are not to drag you. Listen. Just listen to me for a minute, please. Give me 5. Can you give me 5 seconds, Andy?
Who is she talking to?
I don't know, but I feel like I'm sitting around a campfire with a flashlight telling ghost stories.
Yeah, who is she talking to? Would you give me just 5 minutes? Who are you talking to, Jody said?
Right.
She looked scared.
Yeah, she does.
She does
But,
look
like,
scared. But you think she's talking to herself, Aussie? That's a good point.
she has the candle or something sitting there on the table. That's her only lighting.
Mhm.
And it just makes her face look scary. You know, she does look scared.
She does.
But it makes her look scary. You know, like, look at her eyebrows.
Yeah.
It's the shadow from her brow bone making her eyebrows look double the size.
Yeah.
And then her, like, crying, you know. And I don't know. But yeah, you can understand her a whole lot better right now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, Wood Fairy said, when was Cotton found deceased? Candace faked heart failure, ran to the emergency room, then her and Dawn ran away to Arkansas. Fred Hill was under suspicion for more than one homicide and failed the polygraph, allegedly. Well, Ziggy showed Fred's polygraph test. Like, it showed the questions and the answers. And you're probably right, Opal. It's not the candle. But he had passed on the one that she shared the results of. And that was the one that was about Summer. I don't remember what the questions were or anything, but I do remember that he had passed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know who she's wanting 5 minutes from.
Let's see if she'll give us any more clues.
Okay.
I did send messages through the ways to try to keep you safe the other day. Take heed. And don't fuck around and give that shit to the tragedy pimps, please. Don't you listen to me carefully. What you've done is hurt shit with these tragedy pimps. Stem and destroy the little one. Eldest. This has been about Summer for me. I'm trying to find the truth and answers. And you were not in there. Move through, not forward, and you know what you did to me and left me with, to where I can't completely move on. Ever. You know what you did. You know. You know.
Yeah, that was a smile.
Mm-hmm.
I want peace for what remains to me, Andy. with my children. And I don't think you realize how dark and dirty and what type of games they're playing. And I'll tell you, a lot of weird shit went on in and around the road and with all these others, including Fred, that you weren't much paying attention to or present for.
Andy's who she talking to.
Do you hear me?
Hi, Bellanova.
Several others in your family right now playing shit connected to Fred.
I think she's talking to Andy.
Yeah, that's what. And Bellanova just came in and said, "Hello, everyone." She was talking to Andy and gave, and all of them were friends with him at the time.
Dave? Just to so fake, in my opinion, who's she trying to get sympathy from? Andy.
Yeah, I feel like she is one that can cry on cue.
That what?
Can cry on cue.
Yeah. Yeah.
And others that are connected with your friends. Shit's getting real dangerous real quick. Has been for a while. Fred has people along with this one here doing certain things around us right now and planted. You know, it ain't crazy. There's a reason we're being done the way we are, Andy. And your friends are at the head of it. None of them are what they appear. But there's something real wrong with certain ones in that road, and I don't know how. And there are certain things I wish I could say to you or give you to keep you and yours safer. And all of us. There are certain things I wish I could talk to you about, because I know that between you and I, we can figure them the fuck out in an instant, together like always. But I can't trust you like that, because you'll give it to them. I need you to think very hard of the things Fred was saying in those first few days and the interactions that were taking place. I know that there's a potential for some of those inside the road to be doing it with some of these critters from the beginning and with police. When it became to make you look guilty or Fred, well, those fuck sticks next door played it. They've all played it. Unfortunately, you have two now. And you're associated with half of them, even if you don't know what the fuck they've really been doing. That's between you, them, and law enforcement, Andy. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You're up to shit. I don't know what you are up to.
You even know what was happening while you were at work most of the time and all the traffic at your house?
Oh, I was at work all the time.
Whether it was teams partying, somebody else partying, somebody hanging out, somebody bringing Candace, whatever, somebody, you know what I mean? Because a lot of it was happening while Dawn was at work a lot of times.
So Candace,
Oh, did you hear that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that Don was at work a lot. Like, that's one thing that I do believe that he said, that he worked all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that Candace was doing shit that he had no idea about.
Mm-hmm. Cotton passed away Tuesday, February 14th, 2023.
Yeah, I still am looking for the news articles, but I found his obituary.
Okay. Let's see how many. So I'm at 4 hours and 34 minutes. So I'll probably stop here and then we can finish it next week. There's not a whole lot left in the video, but it's like 20 minutes, but 20 minutes could be another hour.
Right.
The way we do things around here. But unless there's something you wanted to share before we end it, Mandy.
No, I'm just getting frustrated because I can't find the news article. Like, all these YouTube videos keep popping up, and the majority of them are JLR and Ryan Finds Truth. And I know that Ryan Finds Truth had a lot of videos about it because because he went to Laurel Run and went through the area where Fred had said, but he didn't find anything. You know, like it was kind of pointless. It says that Cotton was an avid hiker and fisherman, and he retired from Warriors Path. From Warriors Path State Park. And he had a fiance named Casey. Okay, wait. No. His son's name was Casey. He had a daughter named Sarah, a son named Casey, and a fiance named Charlesy. Charlesy?
How's it spelled?
Charlsie.
Yeah, that's how I would say it.
Like Charles, but without the Z on the end and E in place.
Mm-hmm.
Charlesy. But yeah, he died on Valentine's Day. But it's like the rest of it is the videos. And I know that there's more because I've read them.
Yeah. The first few days, Fred Hill, told Sky News Summer Wells drowned at the horse pond. They brought her body home, and I guess Ben Hill helped cover it up. Mandy, it was just a forest fire, and Cotton hunkered down in a ditch.
Okay. I remember him being interviewed on a news clip. Like, I remember seeing him, being interviewed and him talking about his near-death experience and stuff. And then it was like a month later, he actually died.
Gemini said it's Roy Simpson.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up. Roy
Okay.
Cotton Simpson.
Okay.
Cotton is his nickname. And I'm pretty sure he's a junior too, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm going to have to, if I want to find out more details, I feel like I'm going to have to watch one of Ryan's videos, like one of the first videos that he did.
Yeah, Ryan finds truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that he probably explained, more details about it.
Right. It was a mini clip.
Okay.
Hunkered down in a ditch.
Okay, it looks like on this video, Ryan plays the news clip. Let's see. So this is a video from Ryan, and it says, Summerwell search, we finally know where Roy Cotton Simpson fell, my Laurel Run journey. And then the description, it says, in this video, I'm going to review my entire Laurel Run investigation from start to finish and why we now believe we know exactly where Roy Cotton Simpson fell and where the mythical cave is located. By the time this video airs, we'll have already visited the location and hopefully found it. And then he tagged Laurel Run Park in it. And he played a clip from Ziggy's phone call to Fred when he was in jail, where they were talking about Cotton Simpson. So maybe this is something that, like, maybe we can watch part of it next time or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because this is where Fred explains more about Cotton Simpson and, like, what had happened.
Pretty sure Ziggy played the clip of Cotton on the news, Gemini said.
Yeah.
Say Wood Fairy says the article or the clip WJHL was date of 2016. I'm confused. I googled Hawkins County man rescued from fire. That was quite a few years before Summer went missing.
Okay, this says, so Ryan found a news article and a clip, and it's in this video. Let me see. Yeah, November 10th, 2016. Man rescued from Hawkins County wildfire talks about rescue, thanks firefighters. I thought that it was just like a month before he had passed.
Yeah, I didn't think it was, well, I didn't think it was a month, but I didn't think it was that far away.
Right. Do you want to watch just this news clip that Ryan plays?
Sure, we can.
Real quick before. Let me pull it up on my laptop. I got it on my phone. Because I think this is the same one that Wood Fairy's talking about.
Oh, thank you, Bella. She said, your lives are awesome. I always learn something new. That's because I have awesome people up here with me, Bella, that help me get through the facts, and people in chat, because everybody's so good about offering up information. And that's what I love about the chat. They share what they know or what they think and their opinions. And I think together we just all make it a good channel.
I like it when we all work together, and, like doing live solo is okay, but I think working together is even better, putting our heads together.
Yeah. Just was put on YouTube right after he passed, though. Oh, okay.
Oh, so that's probably why.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that it was like a newer deal.
Thank you, Gemini. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I like it when chat talks and participates with us, because when I come on here, I don't know everything. I don't know everything about the video I'm showing. And if people can say, hey, no, I know it's this, I'm all for it.
Right.
I'm all for keeping the facts straight. And if I got it wrong, tell me, I'm all for it.
That's why I said if people have stuff that they need to email, I can put my email in the chat and you can send it over if you have it. Like, I try to make sure that I don't say things if I don't have proof of it.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
If I state something as a fact, you can be sure that I have proof of it,
Yep.
So otherwise I'll state it as my opinion or word on the street or rumor has it or,
Is it true that his vehicle was found parked in a cemetery near the waterfall or place of his tragic accident? I don't know that. Do you know, Mandy?
I don't know that either. Mm-mm.
I can write that down, though. Maybe we can find out if somebody in chat doesn't already know. You're right. No one, no. Jesus is the only one that knows everything, ain't he? If we knew everything, we would not be here. We would be up there with him.
Blessed even with the squirrels. They are the highlights.
I was going to read that. That was cute, but I want to write this question down before I, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see.
My goodness gracious.
It is too early in the morning for that.
Right. They are
She just gets so mad. He's poor little kitty. He's not a kid. He's a kitten, but he's huge. He's a tomcat. And she just does not like him.
She said, you better get out of my bubble right now.
And he wasn't even near her. She was over here and he was over there. He just came up here near me, and that was all it took. So is there a cemetery? There's a cemetery obviously near the waterfall, huh?
I'm not for sure. Because we keep hearing about that one cemetery. Like there's one cemetery that they bring up quite often.
They say Summer's buried in.
Right.
Yeah.
Opal said Jody Sue cursed your cat.
Right? Made them all mad.
You didn't light your sage or holy wood or spray your holy water and see what happens.
I must do a whole stick then, I guess, this time.
Right.
I just got some new one. Maybe I need to use a fresh new one.
I just burned my holy wood until it went out. I don't ever burn a whole stick. It goes out too fast.
It does go out too fast, yeah.
It makes me mad. Like, I barely get to move it around my desk and it's like done for. Like, seriously?
Dang it. And then you gotta, when it gets so black, you gotta scrape it off so you can get down to the wood, because that stuff, won't burn all the way up if you don't scrape that black off of it.
Yep.
Yes,
and I've even had some.
Oh my goodness.
You better burn that whole stick.
What are you doing? I don't know either. But nobody's bothering you.
I had one order that I got that of the holy wood that it was so saturated in oil that when it was burning, it was boiling the oil.
Oh my God. I've had one do that. Yeah.
Like I held it too, because back then I didn't have a place to hold it,
Yeah.
And now I have a few different shells, and I actually have a burner thing that I can put it in too.
Yeah.
But like it started running down the side, and I was like, "What the heck is that?" And I threw it real quick.
Yep.
I mean, that oil would have burnt my hand if I would have.
Yeah.
So I didn't burn any more. I threw it away. I took a video of it. I'm pretty sure I made like a video or a short out of it, because it was like, I've never seen it do that. I've never seen any holy wood do that before. So
yeah. Aw. Thank you, Wood Fairy. Yeah, I mean, we don't all know everything, right? And if you tell us we get something wrong, I'd rather you tell me, hey, no, that's wrong. And then I'm not spreading misinformation,
Right.
Oh my God. What is... No, ma'am. She is mad. Okay.
It sounds like she needs some catnip or something.
She's just pissed off. I just cannot.
She has some toad tonight.
See what? I can see. I skipped over it. Hold on. Oh, yeah.
That's what Jody Sue will do to the cats. Now you know. Keep your cats away.
That's right.
All right, here we go. So it says, man rescued from Hawkins County wildfire, talks about rescue and thanks firefighters. And then down here, it says posted November 10th, and it was updated November 10th also. So, and he plays the news clip right here, though.
I think this was one of the first things I found out about him when I was Googling his name originally.
Okay, wait. I wanted to read. I didn't get to read it, and I don't think he does either. So it says, trapped in a small but deep hole in the woods behind his Bays Mountain home, Roy Simpson says he nearly lost his life Tuesday evening. Quote, I got down in there, and then all of a sudden I couldn't get out. Simpson is no stranger to exploring, I'm tired, the mountain woods. He says climbing into ditches was a favorite pastime as a child, but the growing wildfire turned a childhood joy into a nightmare. I heard people hollering at me, and they had come to save me. Captain Frank Vaughn with the Carters Valley Volunteer Fire Department says 2 people were injured, but are but all are doing okay. We had to go in and try to locate him. Once we located him, he was off the back side. We ended up, and then I can't read anymore. So we'll see if any of that's quoted in the little news clip here, but because he did play, he plays a clip too. So
One of the first things I found out about him when I was Googling his name originally. And there's the interview
in
here.
New York City, who firefighters worked rescue yesterday. He says that he is very thankful for their help.
It was some major deal getting out of there.
Trapped in a small ditch in the woods behind his Bays Mountain home,
right there.
Roy Simpson says he nearly lost his life Tuesday evening.
Got down in there, and then all of a sudden I couldn't get out.
Roy is no stranger to exploring the mountain woods. He says climbing into ditches was a favorite pastime as a child, but the growing wildfire turned a childhood joy into a nightmare.
I heard people hollering at me, and they'd come to save me.
So we've had to go in and try to locate him. Once we located him, he was off the backside. We ended up having like 7 firefighters that got pinned in down on the bottom.
Captain Frank Vaughn with Carter's Valley Volunteer Fire Department says 2 people were injured when they fell, but everyone is okay. Nearly 24 hours later, he and his men, along with the Goshen Valley Volunteer Fire and the Forestry Service, are all back fighting that same fire.
Fire's moved on around, getting close to the structure, so right now we're doing structure protection.
I thank them very much. I never made it out.
Roy Simpson doesn't have any plans of going back into the woods again. He says he's forever grateful that all the members of the team who rescued him are okay. In Hawkins County, Curtis McLeod, News Channel 11.
So they said in a ditch or a hole in the backside of his behind his house, which told me that it was definitely an area out here. And since I didn't know much more about Roy, except for what Fred had also said about him falling from a cliff near Laurel Run Falls, or near a cliff around Laurel Run, this was a whole area I just wanted to go through. And I could tell from satellite views on Google Earth that there's dirt roads that go all throughout here. So I would have wanted to take my Jeep. I wanted to take my Jeep up this road and then into the woods. I could see this road actually goes out here and then goes way along here. Exploring up the top side of this would have been ideal. Let me show you what happened when I attempted to do that. All right, took me a while, but I finally found.
So I think Fred sent Ryan on a wild goose chase.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he made up a story and he ran with it and said, "Here you go." And Ryan believed him because I remember he had some issues trying to get correct information.
Mm-hmm.
Fred was in jail, so it was hard for him to get questions and answers done through Ziggy. And I want to say that Ryan even tried to contact Fred himself, and he had like one specific question for him that he was trying to get answered or something. And yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to watch this video and see.
Okay. So Woodfury
More of
said
the
Bays Mountain. Old Jody Sue has mentioned that many times, even saying she searched all the way to Bays Mountain that night. Tiny Tim told JLR to look at Bays Mountain for Summer too.
Didn't Tim talk about Bays Mountain in his videos that he remember when he was doing the little walk around and like aiming the camera at different parts of the town, and that was when he found the deer carcass and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I clipped that and made a video about it, but I'm pretty sure he mentioned Bays Mountain in that too.
Yeah.
So is Bays Mountain like that big that it's like a monumental place in the area?
I guess
that everybody would talk about it, or is it just so happens that people are just saying, "Hey,"
picking a spot and trying to throw people off?
Yeah.
That could be it too.
Makes me wonder. But in this video Ryan did on January 14th, 2024. So that was, so if Cotton died on Valentine's Day in 2023, but Fred didn't say anything about Cotton until he was arrested in June.
Mm-hmm.
So this was about 6 or 7 months later that Ryan had been working on this. So that sounds about right. Because I know Ryan put a lot of work into it.
Yeah. Yep.
So, okay, well, I'll put this in my history and try to watch it and
All right.
maybe know more next week then.
Yep. Yep. We can go over it when we finish going over this one, because there's not a whole lot left of this one.
Okay.
So Ziggy had Fred call Ryan. Okay.
That's what I thought. I thought that they ended up talking somehow. You know what's crazy? Ziggy and Fred only live like an hour away from me.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. She lives in one of the small towns on the outskirts of Indianapolis, and I'm like an hour. I'm around abouts. I usually say just an hour, just because I'm not going to give my exact location.
Right.
But I'm like an hour north of North Indy. But going from North Indy to South Indy is like 3 hours. So Indy is, huge, and there's lots of smaller towns like Noblesville and Fishers and Shelbyville and, like all these smaller off-skirt towns around Indianapolis.
Yeah. That's so weird.
And that's where they live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird. Definitely, but okay, I'm going to hop down and let you say your goodbyes. I'm going to go get tucked in. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Dang it.
I know.
I got to be up in 3 hours.
Yep. Me too.
Oh, it's going to be a struggle. Oh, goodness. All right.
If you want to find me to bring you some meat. Mandy and her meat.
Me and my meat?
Yeah, that guy that was going to bring you meat that time.
I still haven't got any of Ralphie's meat, okay? Don't spread false rumors, dang it. He hasn't given me his meat. Okay? He's just talked about it. He's just a tease.
You're 45 minutes from the Wells, Eve? Oh my goodness.
That's a little too close for comfort.
It sure is. Good night, Opal. Thank you for joining.
Good night, Opal. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams to everybody. Make sure you smooch a thumbs up. Thank you so much for being here tonight and hanging out with Tammy and listening to me babble. And Tammy, thank you for inviting me up, having me up. And as always, it's been amazing.
Yes, I've enjoyed it. Thank you for joining me.
Absolutely. And may you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you all bunches. Love you, Tammy. Bye.
Bye. Thank y'all very much for joining me. I do appreciate y'all staying up with me all night, just about, because it is like almost 3 o'clock here. So I appreciate you hanging out with me, supporting me, commenting and joining in the chat. I do appreciate it, keeping us straight. So please join me next week. We're going to finish this video as soon as my cat stops yelling. We're going to do this video, finish this video, and then look at the one Mandy was just showing us part of. And there will be probably some more stuff we're going to do, but it will definitely be on summer. So I do appreciate y'all. Please have a great Thursday. Thank you for being here. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to be with me, and I appreciate it. And Mandy. So thank you, all my mods, Miss Eve, for staying with me to the end. I do appreciate all of y'all, all my mods. Thank you very much. So please have a wonderful night. I know I'm going in my house. I'm going to turn these lights off in the she shed out here, and I'm going to go in there in my house, and they can fuss all they want. because I am going to be in my house. So that is that. So thank y'all once again. Please be kind to everyone, everywhere. And please be kind, especially to yourself. I will see y'all later. Bye.